Okay. I know, right? Like, what a dick. So I subscribed to him. It's like, man, I could become a foot streamer and make a fuck ton of money. But do I really want to be known as a foot streamer? Not really. Because the commentary isn't going to be very long either. But I did want to bring up the clip for reference towards commentary. Because all the commentary, let's face it, guys, it comes from Asmon's stream. A series of events is not a story. Wait, what? What do you mean a series of events is not a story? It's not quite decision paralysis, but it's like he has like delayed decision making because he overthinks everything. It takes him forever to come up with a decision. But when he does come up with a decision, it's usually really, really good. But making him think on the spot, he makes the worst decisions if he can't think it through. Is the reveal of the Warriors of Light. Holthrin, you know what I've learned is the best way to write overpowered characters and stories over my hundreds of watching and reading action, shonen, and other medias. Nah, give them as little screen time as possible, because giving them a little screen time, then you're giving a purpose to their power. You are stating that the power is now needed for the plot to continue, because no means is possible. Like, for example, Kenpachi from Bleach or Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins. Only time they ever show up in the story is when someone needs their asses handed to them. Damn! That goes fucking hard, dude. Definitely way ahead of his time. Oh! Logarius! Logarius! It's Logarius! What? Dude, I am having such tripbacks to try. We brainstormed the shit out of the book, though. We may have an entirely different viewpoint of things and an entirely different outcome of stuff. But we'll see how we can meditate on the beginning and changing everything. But hey, as always, guys, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Where there is the Higgs field. This is the Higgs field collapsed, which is a particle. And then this is the Higgs field after, like, you know, like, full collapse. And the only thing that can make this happen, as far as we know, consciousness is what causes the Higgs field to collapse, which causes particles to appear. So as far as this theory goes, consciousness is fundamental and consciousness creates reality because you need consciousness to collapse the Higgs field, and the collapsing of the Higgs field is what particles are. So far the stream hasn't freaked out, but I figured something out. If you press Control-Shift Windows B, it resets your graphics drivers and your graphics card. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're trying to say. We were like, or be like, yeah, right, dude. I don't, like, now I understand the context for what you're saying, what you're saying, right? That's why I love talking to people.
I even covered biocentrism, which is the idea that the universe is made up by consciousness as we observe it. Basically what you're describing.
Yeah, and one of the things like that they originally thought from this is the idea that every particle knows where every other particle is, and that's the only way the interference wave came along. But then some other scientists in a different field came along and said, no, that's an interference pattern from waves. And they're like, wait, particles are how is a single electron, because they're firing a single electron, right? How is a single electron a wave? It would have to interfere with itself. This story is a prequel to my novel, and it is to show how the Adventurers Guild works. Basically, there is a 12-year-old named Duarte, the main character. His parents own basically a paper company inside of what's called the Crystalline Tree, and it's basically what everyone writes on. and it's made from the pulp of the tree, but the company makes just the best paper because it like lasts forever and it's super easy to use. They also make the pens that you can write on the paper with, so it's like a full monopoly on it. And all of government like bureaucratic stuff is all written on their paper, so they're like super insanely rich, off the walls, like, you know, top of the fucking tree. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. I fucking love you guys. You are fucking awesome. And, of course, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Here it is. The most Utopia study was done 30 times in the 60s and 70s, and this happened. 1.9 mice were put in a pen with perfect conditions, food, no disease, lots of space, and then their numbers bloomed. The mouse social structure fell apart before hitting full capacity. Female mice became aggressive and refused to breed. Male mice became effeminate and lost their sex drive. Mice experienced a spiritual death, with them losing the will to live. Mice became autistic and lost the ability to follow social cues. Yo, 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 boys, how's it going? We back at her. How is everyone today? Are you still here, Sean? Because I saw you say here, but I know Twitch has been all fucked up. So, I don't know if you're actually here or not. But it is what it is, alright? Can't control it. We just do our best. We just out here doing our best, guys. We just trying, and that's all we have. That's all we got. But hey, don't matter, because we are ready. Take a poke! Let's go. Start this shit off hard. Get right into it. There's a fuck ton of editing today. That was fun. But we cleared everything up and we got the backlog out, so now it's just all posting. We're good to go. Oof. Alright. Well, it looks like no stories to start off today, so we'll start off with this. And from there, we will just make our way. It's probably going to be a little bit of a shorter stream today. Last day of work tomorrow. Yay. So they're like, oh, you just work early. I'm like, you can fuck right off. But it is what it is, so hey. We'll do what we can, right? And oh my god, this last chapter was so good! Oh my god, the fucking battle scene was epic. I was like, I've literally been waiting for that forever. And the payoff was absolutely fucking worth it. 100%. It was fucking beautiful. I could not imagine it better. Like, I wasn't expecting anything. I had already expected in the book for them to have fucking run away. But I guess the idea is that they won't like probably the final chapter and the final, like, paragraph will be them. Like, finally, like, you know, that they look at each other and they just know with the longing in their eyes or some shit like that. And it's like, oh, it's so good. But we'll see, man. Oh, it could also be, I mean, you never know. Like, Jisoo could die or something. Oh, and just send Juan into a fucking rage. Oh my god. There's so much potential for this story. I fucking love it. Alright. Bok Jo-son, Year of the Tiger, 19th winter. One night, as I stared at the blurred silhouette of the moon, death came to me, disguised as a servant to the court of ice. Looked at me with its inhumane eyes, and without warning, and without waiting for me to react, said, "Fate has seen a path, narrow and uncertain, where chaos is eradicated. Even if that old dragon would not confess how, I believe you, Crown Prince. We'll make it happen. But the cost will be painful. I already see it reflected in your eyes." Memories of King Yi Huan. And I love these, like, excerpts at the beginning. Like, it gives so much weight to the chapter. Dawn's light began to tint the capital's walls a pale steel gray, trembling only at the frost-laden cherry blossoms and the anxious haze. Within the inner palace, far removed from the returning riders traversing the southern roads, and from King Yi Huan's perilous journey, the Princess Yunmin lay awake. It talks why! Sean, get over here! Callie, the reason why is, I mean, I waited, but no one did anything. So, you know, I had to go ahead and make a decision for myself. The double whammy was absolutely called for, Callie. It was like back to fucking back. That's how popular I am. You know it's good when. The only thing that could have made it better is if one popped in on Twitch. That would have been fucking hilarious. I would have been just like, well, you know what? Welcome them in, because they're just gonna sit there, right? You somehow, like, lock them in so when they hop into the stream, they're just counted as a viewer, and you just got, like, 50 bots sitting in the background, locked into your stream. I have no idea what's happening. Hey, I feel the exact same way, Callie. Yes, we're on a roller coaster that neither goes up or down. It only goes in the direction you think least. And somehow it just never moves. It's like being in, like, a wind vacuum. You know? I'm just imagining, like, hot tub jets, you know what I mean? It would be great. But yeah, the biggest problem is I'm reading this story for myself, because I think this story is fucking awesome. Wind vacuums be like, hey, I'm tired of blowing. Shut the fuck up, bitch! Keep sucking my cock! So I think about that. The fuck? True, Callie. But I've been wondering, Callie, have you made When's It My Turn? After. You're next up, Callie. You are now in the queue. I should have that, like a writing queue at, like, the top or something. A lot of love spoken by Scotty. I mean, blessed, I try to spread the love, man. I have an abundance of it, and I know that other people have a scarcity. So I think my abundance... No, I meant for the wind vacuum. I know, Callie, I was just making a funny joke. Never stick your dick in a hot tub jet. Okay? I'll save you some hardcore surgery. Don't stick your dick in a hot tub jet. Anyways. Yeah, I have a lot of love, so I like to spread it to people because I know other people have a scarcity and I have an abundance. Abundance of horse shit. True, blessed, but I keep telling you guys, if I say something and I don't give an example, I'm bullshitting and you have to call me out. Callie, can you tell me how many times someone's called me out on my bullshit? I'm gonna get more soda so I can obtain Duolingo. Damn, Callie, that is a hard philosophy. Piled like a skyscraper. It absolutely is, blessed, but you know what's the best thing about horse shit? Is if no one says anything, it basically doesn't exist. Scotty, I'm calling you out right now. BS right now. So once, well, what I'm saying, Callie, is that I have a very loving family. I feel very loved. I'm very happy. So, and I know that other people don't necessarily get to experience that. So I think a great example of this then would be you, Callie, and you, Blessed, where you've both, well, Callie, you haven't stated it, but, you know, I think you've said, like, something about it when I'm talking about my family, and then Blessed is, like, he's been trying to fix, like, the relationship with, like, his mom and stuff like that and try to, like, work things out, right? Get better at being himself kind of idea. I mean, I love them, but they don't really help me. Yeah, Callie, I'm in the same boat, but I don't ask for help. Like, I wouldn't want them to help me. Like, I want to be self-sufficient. I don't want to be, like, I don't want them to be a crutch. I just want them to be there as, like, an experience, right? Like, we don't get in the way of each other's lives. We just are there for each other when we want and need. But other than that, we're just a bunch of banterers, and we just make a fucking bunch of jokes at each other all the time, and just, like, laugh and have a good time. That's basically all we fucking do. Help you, and you don't see it, Callie. Scotty lives at home, that's help. Blessed, the only help is I create a mess, and then they clean it up. You know. As probably pertained by the seat over here, I'll just show you guys real quick. This is like the last 4 days worth of shit. No, wait. There it is. I don't know, that's about what? 9 plates, 5 bowls, maybe 6 bowls? I don't know, something like that. But it's less trips, so like for instance tonight I'm running out of room, so I'll just take it all downstairs and put it in the dishwasher. It's like I almost have like my own schedule to the dishwasher. It's like my parents will like wake up and turn on the dishwasher and I'll have like completely filled it overnight. Need a dumbwaiter? Everyone says that, Blessed. Everyone my entire life has said, man, you're the reason people invented dumbwaiters. I'm like, 100%, bro. Fucking true. I'm such a fucking slob. But, like, it's because, like, well, I mean, I could take it downstairs one at a time, or I could take it all downstairs once, and then I only have to go downstairs one time instead of, like, 7 times. It's just logical. But it's, you know, that's just the way that it is. They don't help me in the way I need. Like, I need a job. I need a home, a stable life. But they haven't, like, pushed me in that direction. So I'm like, the whole time I'm like, hey, what do I do next, family? And they suggest something that doesn't help at all. I need outside help so I don't fuck up more. See, that's kind of where I am, Callie, where it's like, I've never been pushed. I've never been challenged. I've never been called out. I'd say that with a job, but, like, a stable life and, like, pushing yourself in the direction saying, get off your ass, stop being on the computer, go outside, and do what you need to do. Welcome, Cubano. Got you tabbed up to support while I'm working. Have a great stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you very much, good sir. Enjoy your work. I will give you the good vibes in the background, so you may have a wonderful and blessed day, my friend. Push yourself, Callie. Nobody will do it for you. It's true. Kitten rescue today. Yay, little Fluffball was sleeping under neighborhood's shed. No sign of a mom or any siblings, just them. All filthy with fleas. Now all clean with Dawn dish soap. Snuggled up with Marion, sleeping now. Nobody is going to rescue you. Blessed, I'm saying, like, before I knew that getting a job was the thing to do. Can't buy yourself reliance. You can't buy self-reliance. True, Blessed. But that's what his parents should be telling him. That's what my parents should be telling me, right? We shouldn't have to have someone outside tell us because our parents are so, like, loving in a destructive way towards us, where they just enable us to have bad lives. Mine should have too, yeah. Those who are self-reliant can buy things without help. Well, it's just the idea, Sean, of like, no one told me that I should be self-reliant. That's a huge thing. Well, that's why I said it's destructive love, right? It's they just want what's best for them for you, where it's like, you know, yeah, I totally understand, Callie, but you know, I did learn that lesson in my 20s after I crushed my foot and started having seizures and shit. And it was like, hey, you guys need to stop fucking babying me. And it's like, well, they're not gonna stop babying me, so I'm gonna unbaby myself. And it took me 8 fucking years to do it, but hell, I fucking did it, guys. And now I haven't had a seizure in 3 years. So I'm pretty fucking sure it was tobacco. Excessive tobacco with minimal sleep. Like, absolute excessive tobacco. What you thinking excessive tobacco? I mean, like, an ounce of tobacco, which is like 8 packs. Callie, more than get it. I more than get it. It hurts me to hurt someone by telling them what they don't want to hear. Hey guys, you know what I saw the other day? Which I thought was really fucking funny. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Damn it, I can't find it. Damn. Ask Scotty, I already told him the same thing. Very sweet and kind, Sean. Score 1 for a good deed. Scotty, I slept 13 hours straight. Nice, there you go. That's some sleeping right there. Yeah, it was 416, right? Yeah, here it is. So guys, this some interesting insight.
Am I therefore become your enemy, because I tell you the truth?
That's the scariest reality, man.
Galatians 4:16.
I don't know about you, that's some true insight right there, especially in the day and age that we live in right now. Yeah, unfucking believably so. Getting help from this mental health thing now. I wish they were around before everything. Yeah, I know. I wish there was a lot more stuff like that, and I wish people weren't so, like, the idea of, like, better help and stuff like that, that, like, take advantage of people that are in those situations for, like, financial benefit. Like, that's why I'm like, systems like those should not be individual companies. They should be government run in order to make sure and maintain structural use without abuse. It's like, could you imagine if the government created, like, the internet for kids that was government oversought, government run, and only people under 13 had access to it? Who wants to protect the kids? Fucking no one. They just want to make money off of them because they know they're stealing their parents' credit card. It's like the, did you guys ever hear about this story? Yeah. Teenage girl found her mom's debit card and spent $64,000 on mobile games, wiping out her family's life savings. It's actually a scary thought. Indoctrination station internet. Broad and care is government overseen and it's terrible. Well, that's the joke, blessed, because the government is going to do it to indoctrinate people, and companies are going to do it for money. So, what's the lesser of two evils? Having the government indoctrinating people, or companies taking advantage of them through money? And honestly, companies are the lesser of two evils in this state. Yeah, dead girl evolution, zombie girl evolution, and puppy girl evolution spotted today. But we're not talking about sovereign individuals, blessed. We're talking about kids. We're talking about kids that are like ages 5 to 13. The different stories on Royal Road about evolutions. But the biggest problem is, blessed, here, I'll show you a representation of the biggest problem. The biggest problem with that. Okay, so this is the size. This is the size of good kid ratio to bad kid ratio. The problem here is, if I can figure out, is it this? Is that this tiny piece becomes that. And well, it's green and red. Green is the good, red is the bad. The problem is, as soon as you have one bad parent with one bad kid, he's the popular kid, and now all of a sudden all the other kids are corrupted. Does that make sense? And, like, this is me speaking from experience as, like, the household that my parents held, like, devotion nights, like, babysitting. Like, we were the place to go because we were like the Christian household that didn't have a TV that you could send your kids to and know that they would be having like a normal social interactive childhood and they're not sitting on the computer on the internet or like watching TV or something like that. And then as soon as we moved and that was no longer the thing, me as the innocent like 13-year-old kid instantly on the internet watching porn with other kids. Fucking instantly. So it's a huge problem of no matter how much you try, kids are still gonna go to school. No. It would have happened. It would have happened anyway. I'm just saying, when I moved was when I got a TV and the internet. And my household was just no longer the, like, place to go. So I was going to other people's houses and doing stuff that their parents had to work. But is that practical, blessed? That's the other thing, is what's the practicality, right? That's what I'm trying to say, is like, your kid goes to school, there's one kid out of the 800 in school who's, I know, who's watching, watching like terrorist videos and like beheadings and shit on their phone, and like Two Girls, One Cup and Mr. Hands and shit like that, the stuff we watched when we were kids. It's like it's going to spread no matter what you do. So the best way to do it is mitigate the earliest amount of interactions, right? We were talking about me. Let's go back to that. We were talking about you, Callie, and you're a very important person, so we hope that you feel better than you do now, because you said that you feel weird, now you feel crappy, and it's not a good time, and I know that sucks. So, you know, we'll try. Hello, Queen Space! Welcome, Mo! Welcome back! How are you? Tell us why you feel crappy, Callie. I'm guessing the reason that Callie feels crappy is because he had to change his sleep schedule in order to show up to the streams. And now he's probably having sleep problems. I'm sorry, my brain is telling me, hey, my guy, you're drinking way too much soda and you have pre-diabetes, so stop. I'm alright, how is everyone? I think we're all doing pretty good. We're just kind of discussing, well, we were started with family, and we kind of ended off talking about, like, interactions and how your, how do you say this? Like, I don't exactly know how we got into it. We were talking about kids on the internet, and, like, how even having, like, the best kind of parents, it only takes, like, one bad parent to spoil the bunch. Wait, I'm kind of high. Hey, I'm gonna get high too, Callie. Let's have a toke. Where's Smokey when you need him, man? But do you want to... I want to start bringing a queue up on screen. So, do you want to enter the queue for Chapter 2, Queen? For me to read Chapter 2 of your story, because I'm super excited. I'm currently dying from a hit. Nice! Let's go! Feel like I'm the one who... I'm on that episode of Doctor Who where the doppelgangers get all huge. Watch YouTube videos of people talking about their suffering and giving themselves diabetes. I don't know about that one, Blessed, but Callie, if you're pre-diabetic, maybe stop drinking soda. I'm an advocate for eating and drinking healthy. Get yourself some milk. Replace your soda with milk and water. For every 3 drinks of water, take 1 drink of milk. Just to, like, give flavor. Because that's what you're seeking. You're seeking a little bit of spice, a little bit of flavor. But you don't need it in the form of sugar, right? You can find it in alternatives. Watch YouTube videos of people who change their life by changing their diet and exercising. I love those inspirational ones. There's this one of this woman who was like 600 pounds and she just simply, like, you know, the compilation was just her using like a cycler. Like just like cycling. Like feet exercise, like walking basically. She just sat there and lost like 250 pounds in like a year. It's like insane. Scotty doesn't know what I know. Watch what will happen if you continue. Okay, let's watch what happens if I continue. Let's continue reading the story, guys. That's a great point. A journal rested in her lap, its edge poised toward her fingers. The Moon Daughters' Hanja characters blurred like cursed ash before her eyes. She had read through the night, and what she uncovered dismantled every memory her father had instilled in her. Suddenly, nothing fit. Something vital was missing. Watch what your life could be if you quit. If you quit what, Blessed? Again, what are we talking about? I missed the topic. Read summary of James Clear's Atomic Habits. My family is going to punch me tomorrow. I hope it's out of love, Callie. Drinking soda. I don't drink soda, though. Like, I'm just, like, not a fan of, like, carbonation in general. I like... And I'm not really a sweets person either. We are trained me to take on 2 opponents at once. Oh shit, Callie. You gotta do the... Whatever the fuck that move is called from the anime. From the anime. The boxing one, you know. And the guy who does the movements where it's like he's got like the after shadows of himself, so you can't tell if you can hit 1, 2, or 3 because you don't know exactly where he is and no one can ever punch him. Badass shit. The white eye is not merely a gift, it is a spiritual imprisonment weapon, a barrier set by heaven upon the flesh of the world, and its bloodline is the thread sewing shut the rift between this world and the void. Callie, you seem not to be taking me seriously. I'm sorry! Excuse me, sorry. It's called footwork and slipping. It's like, have you seen the guy who, so he had, like, weights on his hands, right? I wonder if I can find this. This shit is fucking insane. I can't find it, but it's like, you know, he's like, and then he takes the weights off, and it's like, 1,000 fists! And it's like his hands are literally fucking blurring. I gave it a 5. Just slightly manic and amused. That's okay, Callie, it is what it is. Weird, because you just expect anxiety or diabetes and being punched by parents. He said family, so I'm guessing his siblings. Because, Callie, don't you have 2 older brothers? Or I'm retarded. But anyways, we're on ads, so pop time! And ads. Great ads. Who invented ads? Talking about your burp, by the way. Well, I threw away the soda, so it's over there. Nice, Callie. Good job. I'll be back, Scotty. I'll check to know if the YouTube video link works. Yeah, Blessed, you've been saying this shit for like a month now. I thought you would have a working product by now. I'm a little disappointed, bro. But you're lucky we haven't written any stories yet. We're still finishing up Banquet. It hasn't worked, asshole. I don't understand what you mean by it doesn't work. You go to my YouTube. No, I'm fucking... Blessed, I'm fucking with you. So I hope you're... Fuck you. Go to the YouTube and go to the story. It's Tourist Trap. Like, you don't need the link. If you have the internet, you can go to YouTube. You can go... Even if I can't fucking spell it properly. Not that one. Oh, I guess actually we're looking for... I'm retarded. Okay, go to my channel. Go to the bottom. Go to ShortStories. Go to videos. And tourist trap. Boom, right there. Easy. Easy. Tourist trap. I wonder if you can just like straight up go to YouTube and just like go like... Oh. Maybe if I spelt it right. Excerpt, and then there's it. There it is. Trek Back to the Future needs to be a short. Once we hit warp 8 Martian, the flux capacitor will send us to the date selected. Crap, I need water. Inputs time ends up in Springfield.
ShortStories Tourist Trap.
That's the name of the stories channel. And the video is the tourist trap, which is the story. Yeah, no worries, blessed. Now be gone from my sight, foul one! Ship crashes on Homer's car, right as he's leaving work. So we hear that classic, "Don't! Don't! Don't!" Scarcely believing it, the Queen Consort flung the book aside as if it burned her. You are the skyscraper shit piler. To the fucking moon with this shit! Literally! Oh. Peace, Placid. Take care, buddy. She covered it with dark cloth and wrapped her arms around herself. Her heart thudded like a war drum. What does this mean? What cursed power runs in my son's veins? That moment, her sliding door opened. Her attendant, pale face pale from hurried footsteps, entered empty-handed. Consort made her gaze in silence. Oh my god, can you imagine the horror if we didn't have indoor plumbing and someone had to shovel the shit from a skyscraper? Just in today, another death via poop. Someone was walking in a designated poop drop zone on designated poop drop time, and of course, as always, the poop drop got them. Condolences to these people's families, but can we be assured that no one will stand in poop zone on poop drop time? Please, people, it is very dangerous. We know the new trend, let the poop hit your head, is trending on TikTok, but so far 24 people have died, all teens. Please, stay out of the poop drop zone during poop drop hour. Thank you very much. Yeah, literally the reason we had frilled hats was to catch fucking chamber pots being thrown out windows. We need another plague to sweep through, eh? Feel like Sean is on another level, so I never know what he's talking about. He just has his own thoughts that he drops into the chat. And I really fucking love it. It doesn't have to be connected to anything, they're just his own thoughts, abstract from anything, and then he just puts them on paper. Plus, I'm sober. Yeah! Guys, are you proud of me? I got water instead of soda. Congratulations. I'm super proud of you, Callie. If I had a sticker, I would give you a sticker. Okay? You earned it, buddy. I believe in you. Man, I got cheated. The freaky water had some sugary thing at the bottom. Oh no! Callie! You picked the wrong one. Yeah, you know, I ordered a salad, but 3 hamburgers and a milkshake showed up. So, you know, fuck! I had to eat it, right? Blessed's comment about the skyscraper shit piler that made me think of that. So it's not all me. I guess that's true, Sean. We did have the shit pile. Would you imagine being the person that had to clean that shit pile? And how awful cities would smell? Hey, you guys would get, like, Cowtown all time, but it would be, like, people... Yeah, it wouldn't be just manure. It'd be actual shit and piss. And puke and other things. Yeah. Just generally, I'm glad. Thank God for the simple things in life, like electricity, internet, indoor plumbing, air conditioning, and entertainment. Hell yeah. Let's get 3 cheers for that shit. Woot woot woot, guys. Can we get 7 big booms? Boom, 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 boom! That's what it's all about, guys. Forgive me, Your Highness. I searched the Royal Library's shelves, only the forbidden section, but found no texts on ice or ancient prophecies. Someone has emptied the shelves. Before she could answer, another presence stepped in behind her. A twisted shadow crossed the threshold. It was him. Ground Counselor Yoon Dae-chang, her father. He wore unfamiliar attire, and though his gait was measured, the fire in his eyes revealed he already knew what Yoon Min had discovered. She saw him there at dawn and understood why he entrusted her with the journal. "So, you finished it," said the old man without greeting. Then, looking at the court lady waiting for orders, he continued, "You may go. I'm sure no one disturbs us." The attendant complied without hesitation and slid the door shut behind her. Yoon Min stood frozen, her eyes rimmed, her blood chilled, the pallor in her complexion not due to the morning cold. She breathed deeply, uneasily, and her wounded gaze fixed on her father. "Queen is the one who did it. They put sugar in my water." Aw, Callie. I know you're in denial, but you can't be going and blaming the new people. That's not fair to them. I know you want them to feel included in the banter, but I think it should be them who include themselves in the banter and not included through a third party. Does that make sense, Callie? But hey, you know that you're welcome, that Callie wants you to be in Banterland with us. It is a good time, guys. Remember, never take yourself seriously. Or just, you know, don't always take yourself seriously. How dare you? That was supposed to be a secret. You know, my dad, he's 1,000 miles away. Shit. Okay, well, I take that back. Callie, I know that all the evidence, including a confession, points towards you not being the one. But I hereby judge that, Callie, you were actually the one that put the sugar in the water, and you blamed Queen. I knew it! There was foul play afoot! This was not by choice, this was simply your own doing, Callie. Yo, can I get you a mean sub sandwich? Tell me if I did, they would give me $20 and a sub sandwich. Fucking amazing. Bribery will not stand in this court! Gavel, gavel. He approached, bearing the same cold resolve only Yi Huan could rival, and seated himself opposite the fading coals in the brazier, which now struggled for oxygen. The moment was tense and uncomfortable. Yunmin's malaise did not seem to bother him. I knew... Like, throw sauce on your coat as you eat it on your way to the bus stop type sandwich. It better be like a foot-long double meatball, double Parmesan cheese with extra pickles and lettuce with chipotle and a little bit of pepper. Oh, and green peppers. Little does Callie know I gave someone $5 to do it instead, and I kept the $15 in the whole sandwich. So you're not even... You technically didn't even do it, and you get the rewards from it. Damn, Queen. That is some middle management shit right there. The plot thickens. Is this why you have the banana peel? Because you're so slippery, Queen? I've been deceived and cheated and accused. And now convicted. Gavel, gavel. I approve of Queen, though, Callie. Callie, you are now sentenced to 25 seconds of push-ups, commencing in 1 minute from now. Gavel, gavel. Knew you wouldn't take long to reach the end. Yo, what? I love exercise. Give me that. Gavel, gavel. I will not have disruptions in my courtroom, sir. I know what you're trying to pull here, and it will not pass. I will now up your sentence to 35 seconds of push-ups. Gavel, gavel. Let me set up a timer. Oh. I knew you wouldn't take long to reach the end. He inhaled a breath and exhaled onto the dying embers, feeding them life. Your mother never wanted you to read it. She thought you're too young to grasp what lay within. He glanced sideways. Yunmin remained standing. He gestured to a cushion. Sit. You'll freeze away from the fire. She thought, I've always been cold. Abioji. Then she sat, facing the king's counselor. What is the white bloodline? She asked, voice cracking. Why Yi Huan? The old counselor was silent for a few seconds, retrieving a small tea vase from his robe sleeve. He placed it on the embers and let his gaze fall upon the coals. Your mother died because of this secret. She had to be silenced before the truth could escape her lips. His tone was dry, controlled. The white eye is a genetic legacy, a selected blood power. It was born from the imbalance between the two worlds and the will of the great spirit chaos, betrayed by a forgotten king, began to fracture. Is it time yet? I'm serious about the push-ups. Okay, Callie, we'll go. On the count of 10, you start, and on the count of 45, you stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Okay, your punishment has been served. Gavel, gavel. The other great spirits, wise in their judgment, encased chaos in the moon and forged from its blood a succession line. A living guarantee for the world, an anti-demonic weapon, a chain to keep the void contained, at the cost of its bearer's soul. Yunmin swallowed, assembling fragments of her memory she once believed lost. He watched her, shoulders heavy with unease, unseen burdens. She asked slowly, voice trembling. You mean Yi Huan belongs to that bloodline? He nodded. He is tied to the great spirits, he said softly. When a white eye completes its cycle and dies, another is born. With the winter that freezes all and a soul touched by ageless cold. And it said to this day, Callie never stopped doing push-ups. It's the smell of hard work. Aw. You'll have noticed, won't you? The world quakes each time he loses control. He focused on the fire again. In the north, Yi Huan has used Wolshin. Yun Min's brows furrowed in disbelief as the brazier's flame flickered. My chest is sore! Was that a good impression of you, Callie? Wolshin, she repeated. He paused. It is the mastery of the White Eye's power, the force that sustains the world's balance. But hear this well, my daughter. If the white bloodline fractures, the void will cross the breach, and not even the great spirits can withstand it. Also, I have to admit, I stopped at 44. What?! That means you escaped 1 second before your punishment was over. I'll let it slide this time, but no. If I ever catch you again, Callie, I'm gonna hold this against you. I'm gonna count as an escape. You're gonna do it all over again. Wait, we should do this every time I come here. Exercise stream, let's go, guys. I'll put a command to buy push-ups for Callie. See how many seconds I last. That's what he said. Love the preempt there. Hey man, 30 seconds is better than 10. Not much better, it's still better. Queen! True. He's not telling me everything, she thought. No, tension grew between them like a frost. The scent of the tea stronger and sweeter than the envisioned. Than the infusion she knew. Lingered. Poisonous. She's not telling me everything, she thought. How do you know all this? She demanded. He leaned toward her. I am the voice and protector of the White Eye. He spoke the name. Bacon Suidan. We are those who ensure the White Eye fulfills its purpose in this world. We consecrate ourselves to the great spirits and surrender our lives to the designs of fate. The sovereign dragon with the celestial vision. It guides us forward. Wait, I was gonna say something. It talks. What's up, Callie? What were you gonna say, man? I'm here. I'm listening. I got you, brother. I feel you. You feel me, man? I feel you. I got you. You're here. Let's go. I do it. We believe, Callie. Yo, I feel like I have, like, your brain, but, like... we have different skills. We have different skills. True, Callie. We're the same brain in different bodies. I spaced out. What? I'm not quite sure. I think Callie just wants attention. Because Callie always wants attention, which is a good thing. Because Callie's attention is worth it. Some people's aren't. Smokey. Order of the Guardians. Her men slowed her mind racing with memories unbidden. Sharp, fragmented pain stung her temples. They say they sat in silence as the brazier spat a golden spark amid a bleak winter light. The truth hung between them, heavy as ice. Today, Her father shifted. Slowly he rose, as if stooping under a nascent decision. There is more, he said gravely. Something unknown to this court. Not even the king. Min looked up, incredulous at his somber face. 14 years ago, when Yi Huan turned 5 winters old, the nation nearly plunged into civil war. King's life was at risk. The people demanded his blood as a sacrifice to bring back spring, the rising sun. Out of fear and ignorance, they believed the winter could only be lifted this way. I had to intervene for the sake of the white eye. Her heart twisted like a blade in the cold. I remember doing weighted animal flow. Queen, he has weights, like chest weights and belt weight and like stuff like that, so he puts weights on his body. I don't know what animal flow is, though. I'm guessing that's like a style of like maybe martial arts? Is that some Wing Chun? It's the darkest winter. The pale sun never rose. The snow never ceased, crops failed, hunger devoured the 3 courts like an unstoppable shadow. The world then blamed the air of our nation's misfortune. Fear spread like wildfire, whispers of a curse. Court tongues said the prince was a harbinger of the end, a manifestation of chaos. Yunmin's eyes widened. But how? None remember. I don't. Because I decided it, he confessed. Is like yoga, but you're doing like animal poses. So you do like the stork pose and like the rhinoceros pose and like. Thought you were a wizard. I mean, he still could be. Right? Definitely still could be. I think he's hiding things from us, guys. Wizards are lizards, and I'm a crocodile. Oh, damn. Does that mean you're a warlock, Callie? Oh. Shit. Don't get on Callie's bad side, guys. So you eat hands and your tail ticks. I wouldn't call him out on that. He might come for you. Everyone needs to do 8 animal flow. I feel like my freaking ninja afterwards. I feel like a clock. Now my tail goes tick-tock. Peter Pan. I get it, Queen. That's really clever, by the way, Peter, or Queen. Jesus. Words sometimes, right? Lol, words are hard. Words are fucking hard. When you say 1,000 words a day, you're bound to say 1,001 wrong ones, right? It's just the way the world works. Because I decided, he confessed, closing his eyes in regret. I used my connection to the great spirits and summoned one to the Temple of Truth. An avenging spirit that could erase memories, seal recollection from our realm's consciousness. Scribes rewrote the annals. Elders forgot, seasons blurred, and spring was forbidden. You erased spring, she whispered, disbelief fueling her voice. Oh, I know what I did today. Well, you guys are lucky that you guys are here to read this chapter, because this chapter is basically a summary of everything that's happened up until this point in the story. Like, all of this actually happened earlier on. This is an amazing fucking chapter for, like, just, like, refueling what's going on. And, like, putting the blame onto this character that we all knew this was eventually going to happen. And we weren't sure whether he was going to make the decision to tell anyone or if he was just going to fade away with it. I did eat Wait, Callie, you ate Chinese food today? Dude, I ate Chinese food yesterday. Which is technically today. Right? I miss Chinese food. I haven't had Chinese food in so long, but it was my sister. It's like my sister's birthday at the end of the month. My friend, who is also her best friend, is out for, like, in town for like a couple days. And they came over yesterday to my parents' house, i.e. my house, while I was at work. And they had like a dinner and they had like Chinese food and shit. Then I went over to Jenny's house afterwards and, you know, chilled with Roxy for a little bit until she left, and then I came home and streamed. Just realized I only ate that one plate of Chinese food. Yeah, I only had one plate too. I went to have a second plate and my brother had already finished it off, so I had a taco instead. And I left like just enough hamburger for one more taco, so either he's gonna have another taco or I'm gonna have another taco. Only one of us. The challenge for the taco. Who's gonna get to the hamburger first? Fuck. Okay. Closest Chinese place to me is in an hour and a half away, and you can't get an actual egg roll in Wah. They say an egg roll, but it's a fucking spring roll. Ah, yeah. Yeah. The difference is, quite significant. You erased spring? She whispered, disbelief fueling her voice. I erased the memory of the sun as we knew it, Dejang replied, tone hollow. To protect the air, to protect the world from itself, and anyone who still remembers or belongs to the Guardians, or their bones lie in the depths of the earth. Yun Min lowered her gaze. The pieces formed a tapestry of manipulation, all woven in secret. And now, she asked, voice faltering, we are the last. You, Yi Huan, the Order. Her father lowered his voice further. And Ha Seong. She locked eyes with him. Ha Seong is dead, she cried. He cleared his throat, shook his head, and moved toward the window. His shadow stretched over her face. I'm gonna go to that Chinese place and scream the random Chinese phrase I learned with my tutor when I started learning the language that I totally didn't forget. Why are you going to scream at them? To them. Für Größe Australka! You'd be like, Ohayo gozaimasu, genki desu ka? Hajimemashita! That is a fucking Japanese, you racist! I can't do an Asian accent. These egg rolls are sacred. As sacred as these nuts! We're gonna have an ad break in a sec here. No, my daughter, he is not. His words fell like lightning before a storm. Ha Seong, your eldest brother, never died. The mission to rescue you in the south, Min Ah, was the Order's idea. Ha Seong volunteered in your place, but he did not obey because I commanded him. He chose. He followed his heart. Even knowing you were needed to bring forth the white eye, he did not waver. He waited to change destiny. He wanted to change destiny. I meditated today twice. Nice, Callie. Yun Min covered her mouth, trembling. Impossible. I saw him die with my own eyes, she whispered lamely. I stayed with him as he died before they took him. Her voice trailed off, surrendering to tears. Her father, impassive, stared into the brazier. A thought echoed in his mind. The tea is ready, but I am not. Not for what comes next. Queen has me looking through my day. That's a good thing, Callie. Then you can look at it, back at it, and say, man, was it a successful day or a not a successful day? Or can I make tomorrow a successful day if today wasn't? And how can I, It's nice to reflect on your day, see all the things you accomplished. Exactly. See? It's a mentality. Yun Min blinked, steadying herself. She knew her father's secrets weighed on him, but she could never despise him. A past buried in blood and death. I know more still, Baoji. Her voice trembled with resolve. How is Haseong alive? He didn't answer. The fire warmed his hands, yet his eyes remained distant. Finally, Yun Dechong spoke. His voice low and haunted. I can make tomorrow a good day by going to bed, but I don't have an off switch. I know! I hate that, Callie. I have to get up in 3 hours. Why can't I go to sleep? I don't... Even if I smoke indica, I still don't get tired. It takes like 3 or 4 hours after I stop smoking before like I get tired. And it's like, well, I guess I'm tired, like fall asleep tired. I'm like yawn tired, but it's like my eyes feel heavy, but my brain is still on. Right? That's my worst thing. So I'll just lay there in bed with my eyes closed, like listening to like a YouTube video about science or something like that. And then I'll realize the video's over and I'm like, wait, that means it's been 3.5 hours. Fuck. Last dream I remember, Callie, was the one where I was slurping an egg off the ground. Oh shit, I fumbled it. No problem. Get to space out and turn my brain off when I smoke. Nice, that's super nice, Queen. And this was the moment his memories, sharp and cruel, finally stirred and spoke. The mountain was a corpse, a beast of stone, covered in ash and tombs that held the laments of another era. The paths were not yet frost-covered, and the river still flowed freely. The sky was waking, and the body of my son, only 12 years old, lay deep within a spiritual fracture. An ancient rift beneath the forgotten throat of that accursed mountain. If that's true, I'm sorry to hear. To find a box, I need to... my family didn't let me smoke. I need to find a box. Wait, I'm basically already high, guys. Wait, what? Callie's a little bit... Woo-doo, doo-doo, foo-doo, hoo-doo, boop, boop. But it is what it is. I need weed, Queen. Weed needs me. True, Callie. Callie's so addictive that cocaine can't get off of him. That's why women want you, Callie. You're more addictive than cocaine. That's fucking impressive, dude. It's always winter where I am. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, that's good. An ancient rift beneath the forgotten throat of that accursed mountain. Centuries ago, imperial exorcists sealed it at the cost of many lives, but even so, the entrance had already broken. No spiritual protection remained. Hook Chongok, the last place I would have ever wished Hasong to be abandoned. Even in death, he did not deserve to be offered as a meal to the void. And there, in the fissure of the void, my son's body was thrown without mercy. Dechang spat, voice rumbling beneath memory. Rumbling beyond memory. He had died, yes, but I had to pull him out of the darkness. I descended without care for anything. I climbed down a crevice and that reeked of iron and dried blood. The stone groaned beneath every step. The air wasn't air, it was something else, and still I didn't stop. I had to do it for him. Stone steps led me into utter blackness, and the darkness took me to the very edge of the worlds, to a breach that should have remained sealed. And then I saw it, an open pit, dark and still, alive. Chongok. He fell to his knees. It was before me, a natural source of void energy, of chaos. And then, the pit called. I don't think women actually want me. I've just got a lot of online girlfriends, and everyone in this specific town is really friendly. I mean, fair enough, Callie. If that's how you perceive it. I've been told I'm blind in those situations. And then women roll their eyes at me. But I don't know. I'm not a good example. I need to grab a drink though, so ads are going to be starting in a sec here, so I'm just going to go grab a drink. I shall return. Jupiter. What did I miss? I don't think, oh. What would happen if I subjected ads to ads? Will we enter another dimension? Possibly. Wait, I just remembered a Talks just called me crazy. Hey, I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Wait, when did I call you crazy, Callie? Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room full of rats. The rats made me crazy. I was crazy once. Queen agrees with me. We should ads. We should give ads some ads, guys. Like ads within ads? You're an ad within an ad. I don't trust you anymore, Callie. I think you're an ad now. No, my best friend is an ad, guys. Yeah, fuck it, why not? For science. All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. Let's do an experiment, guys. How long do you think it would take me of spamming ads until I made $1 from ads? $500 of ads. Do you know how much money 500 minutes of ads is? It's about $7. So it's more like an hour and 10 minutes of ads for like $1. At least that's like my average, right? That's what my analytics show my average is. You got a soda with the Slim Jim. True, Queen. You got to think about, you know, the positives, right? A figure rose from its center, naked, damp, covered in ash, yet intact. My son. Xiong, he gasped, his voice breaking. Is that you? But it wasn't him who answered. The boy's eyes opened slowly. The left eye shone as always, deep and black, but the right, a crimson abyss, an entirely red eye, burning and without pupil, an eternal flame spinning in silence. It didn't blink, it didn't tremble, it watched. I disagree. I'ma buy some dirt and turn it into gold. I'm too random, guys. What's up with my head? Callie, if I could buy dirt and plant gold and grow gold, I'd probably be dead because the government would be like, no, you can't do that. It's just the way it is, guys. It's just the way it is. So I didn't do it. Obviously. Holy crap, that happened in one of my nightmares. Your nightmares are crazy, Callie. I just usually get eaten by a bear or a fucking shark or like a dinosaur or like some shit like that. A giant fucking insect or some shit like that. Giant mosquito. Suck my heart right out of my chest. Is okay, it's just a little paranoia. It's just a wee bit of paranoia, guys. But remember, Callie, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean there aren't people out to get me. But his voice, it wasn't his, it was deep, hollow, multiplied, as if someone else now lived within him. As if someone had returned my son, but with a hidden debt. I'm fine now, he said. I'm complete. I'm no longer weak. I stepped back. I knew then I should never have found him. That this return was unnatural. What are you? He smiled, a thin smile, cruel. In between the stone and shadows, the pit had become Ha Xiong. Wait, that's confusing. I feel like that's just saying, remember, Callie, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean I'm paranoid. No, it means that even if I am paranoid, or just because I'm paranoid, doesn't mean people aren't out to get me. People can still be out to get you even if you're paranoid. Why do you think you're paranoid? Because people are out to get you. I hired them. I'm sorry, Callie. So paranoia if people are actually out to get you. See, that's the question, Sean. No, it's not paranoia. If their people are actually out to get you, it's not paranoia. Talks is in my head, get him out. But you can be paranoid and still have people coming after you. I'm just pulling strings here and there. Pull, pluck, pull, pluck. You never know, Callie. A sun that no longer answers the dawn, he replied. I lied. Chang returned to the present, voice cracked. To you, to your mother, to the order, to the late king, I forged his death. Ordered the funeral, burned his name from the records, and buried his portraits. I did it to protect you, to protect all of us, to keep the great spirits or mankind from using him. Silence. And what if they already have? Yunmin asked quietly. Her father finally looked at her. Then we're already too late. A shiver ran through Yunmin. Where is she? She asked. I don't know, Chang replied. First time his voice faltered in years. He vanished, left no trace. Paused. Though I suspect he went into the Ashen Desert, into the rocky passes and the northern border, where the Emperor's exorcists hunt spirits. But what I do know is this. Haseong is no longer himself. Whoever governs him now conspires to destroy the balance we swore to protect. Yo, if you could imagine what I'm perceiving right now, I feel like I'm inside of the music. Inside of Be the Music. Have you written any more, Callie? Student Body Sonata. Queen's hands clenched. It wasn't just her father's secrets. It was the weight of a history that had been stolen from her. The knowledge that her own brother was now the enemy. I edited. Nice. He'll come for Yi Huan, Min said, as if waking from a trance. He'll want the white eye. Yes, to tip the scales, to bring back the sun, perhaps, but not as redemption. As punishment, to burn this world and remake it in his image. Counselor lowered his gaze, in apology, or in grief. Forgive me, daughter, this truth should never have been buried, but I should not have left you to face it alone. And what if he's already here, she asked. Yi Huan must kill him, Chang said plainly, head bowed. He must take his power. Ooh, damn. Between uncle and fucking son. Uncle and nephew. Okay, Callie, are you ready? She better not be here right now. Found a very pretty redhead who is willing to be my beta reader. That is awesome, Callie. Your stories deserve all of the eyes, my friend. We're on 13, right? No, we're on 12. Tangled and the Twisted. It's an epic fucking title. Told her she's awesome today. She's awesome. Good for you, Callie. Keep up the good work, man. You are inspiring. I'm glad that you are finding others among them that you can get great experience from, Callie. Because it's the true networks that we make that expand our writing, because it expands our perspective and makes us look in other directions that we may not have thought about before. Especially reading other people's work. Try to ban boss, but it talks as fast as heck. Wait, what? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It just becomes reflex after a while. Like, I just instantly see it. I'm waiting for, like, one of you guys, like Beezus or something, or like Toe Connoisseur or Smokey, to come in with one of those messages, and I just, like, instantly ban them, and I look at the name, and I'm like, oh. Fuck around, find out! I think you have faster reflexes than me because my brain processes first and then reacts. I guess so. I'm just like distracted in 12 different ways all at once, paying attention to like 8 different things. Just doing the rotations. So half the time I'm just like muscle memorying what I'm actually doing. Alright, chapter 12, The Tangled and the Twisted. The Shade remembered his own Achilles' heel. Memories were brought to his attention that he had forgotten in the River Leth. As the Shade reminisced, countless warriors attacked the still fool. "You're weak to forget to remain ready, Commander," said another Shade. To forget his family enraged him. He struggled to set himself free as the other Shades held him steady. He remembered his son, how he was always so joyful, how he played in the grass and caught fireflies to hold them in his palms. He was brighter than they ever were, thought the Shade. Another look to his fist. Another took his fist to rail him in the gut. "I am strong because I remember you," he said. While beaten and tired, he was strong-willed and intelligent. His body twisted at the right moment to set him free. Right now, everything I see is kind of like glass breaking, and the spots where the glass falls is just darkness. Also, this daydream is getting weird. I'm going to stop describing it. That is crazy, Callie. Like so when someone punches the you in the face and the screen cracks. And then your eyes fall out of your head. And you have to wait like 4 days for your fucking eyes to regrow. Ugh, so fucking annoying. His body twisted at the right moment to set him free. "Listen," he yelled. The other Shades kept on with their fight. "You may not know what you're going back to, but I want you to have hope," he said. "Talks is feeding my daydreams." How do you read without paragraphing? Paragraphs are a map of intent. But there are paragraphs. Just look at the end of the sentence. Whenever a sentence doesn't reach the end of the page, and it's not just the length of a word, that's a new paragraph. Does that make sense, Ram? So it's just knowing how it's formatted and laid out. "You may not know what you're going back to, but I want you to have hope," he said. One Shade, another commander with the same decorations as him, walked up to him to pick him up by the neck. She was stronger and larger than he. Her voice was smooth and polished. "I disagree, but carry on." Did you ever smell a fart and think, oh hey, marinara sauce? Nice. Nice, Callie. I do not know hope without my memories. As she said this, the shade she held with her palms focused his own eyes. She was behind a man who played with his son in the grass. Child played with fireflies. Ram, welcome in Queen. Queen is, I guess one of our new regulars? Hopefully, you know, if I can keep you around, keep you entertained, keep you interested, keep you on your toes, keep you coming back. That's what we try to do. It's not that there aren't paragraphs, it's that there aren't any indentations. I guess that's true, Sean. But it's also like, there are, like, if you go to Callie's actual thing, right? There are. See? It's a transition thing. Right? So taking it from Google Docs and putting it into here. I know Oiram from other writing streams. Ah, there you go. Perfect. See, the writing, I love the writing community because everyone is like all to like interconnected and everyone goes to everyone else's. I mean, that's what I tried to do. It's because the formatting of this is set to that and not that. So it's a Scrivener setting issue. Doesn't bork the format if you control shift paste. That's exactly what I did. But the indentations are gone, whereas they are clearly there on Google Docs, right? So, fuck if I know. Yeah, different program. It's just the way that it is. So don't criticize the work because of, like, me pasting it into Scrivener or Notepad or anything and its format getting fucked up. Right? Now, if it's like my writing, oh, I'm criticizing you. Ram, I tried accessing more vids, and I cannot help me. It is what it is, guys. But that's the best part about it, is we live and we learn together, and we work on it, and we do what we gotta do to get where we gotta go. And right now, we are at a good spot, right? And healthy conversation should be a two-way street, right? So having a stupid echo chamber where everyone just says, yeah, it's kind of dumb. You want people being like, well, what about this? And you're like, oh, never thought about that, dude. You're the smartest dude ever. Congratulations. You just changed my mind. Boom, sold. That's very important to have. I don't know, making sense is a privilege I can't afford right now. Oh, the Stephanie Fox one and the Lisa Cron one is best. Others aren't that great. That's the unfortunate part about the internet and creating content, is if your content isn't the greatest, then you're just... Well, shit, sucks to be you, man. Better make your content better. It's what I try to do at every point in time. That's why every short story we add to a Talk Stories is better than the last. In pretty significant ways. And now this one's going to be even more leaps and bounds thanks to Ram. So I laid out the entire structure of it, Ram, if you weren't here for yesterday. I laid out the entire structure, and now we just have to fill in the gaps that we didn't have, or move around some sentences and stuff to figure some stuff out, and then fill in the gaps that are like what I figure I was missing. And I talked to my friend about it, and she gave me a ton of advice on it. We talked for like an hour and a half about it yesterday. Guys, did you ever fill your mouth with whipped cream and it turned you on and boom, you discover something about yourself you didn't know? No, Callie. I don't think I've ever had the privilege of having that fucking happen. Whipped cream isn't that great. I'm not a sweets fan either, Ram. Give me a fruit any day. Just a banana. I'm allergic to apples. Blueberries. I'm allergic to pears. Oranges. I'm allergic to kiwis. Watermelon. I want dropped fat from steak. Steak, man. Steak is where it's at. I fucking love me some steak. I'll make me some good fucking steak, boys. I like me some blue rare fucking steak. Give it to me cold and moving. This is Callie's work. Well, when I get a girlfriend, I'm gonna just tell her to fill me up. True, Callie, you may not like what some girls think of when you say that. So be prepared. It's a good time. Nothing. I don't know. I do not know hope without my memories. As she said this, the shade she held with her palms focused her own eyes. She was behind a man who played with his son in the grass. A child played with fireflies. Wilder, the shade said. The shade she held was surprised. You know my name. She let Wilder go. You and I were once family. You're Goten. That must be why the giant's eye can reflect his power. Hate this story so much! Anger, anger! It's okay, Callie. I like it. So it's okay if you hate it. I like it. My eyes can do this? How do I not know before? Did not know before, asked Ajax. It's because you're sitting in your empty river, Ajax. They must remember the moments that caused them the least grief. Tell me, have you touched the fountain of forgetfulness at all? Asked Isabel. Yes, I rebuilt it, said Ajax. That must be the reason. Here, let me start an elixir of its mud so its influence lasts longer, said Isabel. She dug deep into the mud to find a rock, then cut into Ajax's finger. Blood dripped into the dirt. The mud glowed purple. What is that, Ram? Night Eye? What is it? Dark mode. Protect your eyes. I mean, I already have dark mode for Google Chrome. But yeah, like I said, it should be illegal. Inverts. Different approach. Is it free? I can try it. Oh, shut the fuck up, Smokey. You're such a little bitch. Fuck off, man. Grow some balls. God, Smokey, you're just more... Wake up, you little shit. Fuck, the stream is on. Get your ass up and ready to fucking go. It's Night Owl. Adult Robin. Wait, that's Nightwing. Yo, I'ma quit writing and become a vigilante. Be right back. 20 years of martial arts. I've been awake since 3 a.m. God, I love Nightwing. Fuck you, Smokey. True, bro. You could not speak truer words, Smokey. That must be the reason. Here. Oh, wait, we already... Eat it. I know it'll taste odd, but most concoctions do, said the angel. Ajax swallowed up the pill of mud in a single gulp. A loud scream escaped his throat to grab the attention of everyone at the bottom of the river. Good day, good sir. We woke up again, chat. True. Wake everyone up with your vigilantism there, Smokey. Jumping from stream to stream, being a little bitch, I mean what? Being the best little, I mean what? Nightwing gave Superman's son a lollipop. Jonathan Kent's favorite superhero is Nightwing. It's so wholesome. Interesting. I don't know my comic book lore that well.
Wake up, you whiners, wake up, you whiners, wake up, you whiners,
She
wake
broke.
up, you whiners.
Smokey, she broke. You broke her ass last night. She fucking... She left a note on the door and walked out. Said, use this fucking machine, you piece of shit. I'm done doing your dirty work. And it said, smoted, to smoted ID. So, I think she was definitely talking about you. I have to grind more. We're not gay. I mean, whatchamacallit is coming up. An ad break is coming up. So, I guess it is that time. Feel like I'm becoming more and more myself, especially online. And at some point, I'm gonna just stop caring about how long I've known people and just be myself forever, wherever I go. That's the ultimate outcome of being comfortable with yourself, Callie. Those the people that can't, just can't get you, you know. It's just a clash of ideals, right? Clash of personality. It's just the way that it is. Smokey, I can't find my grinder. Do you know where my grinder is? I gave it to your mom. She said she was gonna do something nasty, and I haven't seen it since. Helps when in aggregate other people are inconsequential on average. My mom is a stoner. She taught you to lose the grinder? Okay, Smokey, get ready. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. She. San. Ni. Each. Smoke. In the UK, we say water. You're a water. You got a bottle of water. A bottle of your water. A water your bottle what? A water your bottle, boy. A waddle your bottle. Remember the lives you had before this, said Ajax. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. You know fucking goddamn well we fucking smoked, bitch. Get your head out of your ass. And if you didn't sync toke with me, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. I don't believe a word comes out of your fucking mouth, boy. Course I did. Yeah. Okay. I believe you, Smokey. It's you I'm worried about. Fuck, you know there's a problem when Smokey's the one who's worried about me. I 100% toked and you 100% saw it. So shut your face, Smokey. Stop being so mean to me. Stop bullying me, Smokey. Stop bullying me. I'm not to be bullied. Stop confessing to me. Right? I'm also blind. I don't see no more. I don't see none. I wasn't listening. Also, I'm blind. Oh my fucking god. Don't worry, I'm blind too, Smokey. It's okay, we can be blind brothers together. Hey, I'm blind. I mean, that's true. Sean is becoming blind. Let's all pray for Sean's vision. His old man vision. Remember the lives you had before this, said Ajax. Memories were a flood in their minds. They held on to their heads, then relaxed to stop their fight. Shades, you now know what you used to have. Make another life out of that knowledge to live again. I give you another chance to make it out of Cocutus? Cocutus? Coctus? Show is the ice in my room for a long day, so I'm sure it was me that I slowly had a few hours ago, but it wasn't even a good time to
Stop,
be
ignore me.
a good mood, and it wasn't even more than the last of you. I gotta have TTS read this, Smokey, because it's just mind-boggling. This is beautiful. Guys, this is Smokey's story.
Show is the ice in my room for a long day, so I'm sure it was me that I slowly had a few hours ago, but it wasn't even a good time to be in a good mood, and it wasn't even more than the last of you. Finn.
Standing fucking ovation. You have an anonymous... I do have a suggestion, but it's not anonymous. It's the suggestions. Stream suggestions. In the Discord. I don't know how you post anonymously. I don't know why you would want them to be anonymous, though. Can make it anonymous. Oh, yeah, there you go, Callie. If you want to make it anonymous. I don't know why people wouldn't want to take credit for their ideas, though. Right? Like, I don't want people to just anonymously say, like, shit that'll get me banned. Because I feel like the only reason why you would say something anonymous would be it would be something that would get me banned. But hey, is what it is. Twitch's anonymous suggestion boxes. For what though, Ram? Oh, you mean criticism. So you're telling me you know of ways for me to improve my stream, and you want to tell me...
hairy hats for the house and then go shooting ducks for passion, and you will always have to start your way of answering with me, and I will now be able to see again.
True, Smokey. Or... But, like, Ram, what I'm trying to say is I'm always super open about people and tell people to give me feedback. So they feel better and totally forgot the last 20 minutes. What the fuck is happening? True, Callie, not much. We're in cock now. I'm just saying, man, like, I'm super, like, I'm always talking and I'm super open about people judging. Please judge the streamer's stories. I just mean in general, like, that's why we literally have a stream suggestions channel in the Discord. So, like, we do have it. That's all I'm trying to say, is, like, just because you didn't know that we didn't have it, Ram, doesn't mean that we don't have it. And that's what I'm trying to say, is like... I wouldn't know why anyone would want it to be anonymous. I mean, if you're going to tell me, oh, your stream is shit and you need to do this, this, and this to improve your stream, I'd be like, yeah, I agree with you. Why do you think I have fucking 3 people who watch me? I mean, it's great to have 3 people that watch you, but why not 30? Why not 300? Why not 3,000? Right? It's not about you, but the audience is willing to feedback. Anonymity helps increase the feedback amount and honesty. I think I had too much sugar, man, and that caused me to slightly lose my mind, but I feel way better after a ton of water. I don't even watch you, lol. Fear of bullying. I mean, I guess so. So, Callie, if you want to make an anonymous feedback channel in the Discord where people can post anonymous tips and improvements and criticisms, that would be, Ram said it was a Twitch box or whatever. Well, I think he's just saying that Twitch already does that, right? He was just suggesting that that was something that Twitch should do. Insecurity about what they say. I mean, it's very true, Blessed, so yeah. So then the question is, okay, Ram, if this system exists, how do I opt into it? That's the question. Suggest you just shut it all down. Yeah, I should just stop streaming, right? So I agree with Smokey. Smokey has the best outlook. He's like, you're never gonna make it. You're never gonna be anyone. You don't have any personality. There's nothing interesting about you. You're a fucking retard. Why the fuck are you streaming? Stop fucking streaming and get a real job. It's called Twitch Suggestion Botch V2. There's a YouTube detailing the steps. You can do it after. Yo, help my insecurities. Callie, you are amazing. I love your body and your mind. And your personality, your presence. Smokey, you're disgusting, ugly, fat, and a terrible person. But that's what I love about you. What is that, dog? Callie, talk about them with trusted confidants. Hides everything. I see what you did there, Callie. See what I'm gonna do here, though? You notice this, Callie? Did you, Callie? Did you? That's not supposed to be capitalized. Oh. He changed the side of fuck. What did Smokey do now? No, you fucking didn't, bitch. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. No, you didn't. I didn't really. Fucking goddamn it. God damn it, Smokey. Stop wasting my fucking time! Made you look, motherfucker! Damn it, Smokey. Literally went through this book 50 times. Yep, but there's always something, Callie. There's always something. Follow me through Hades, said Ajax. Every shade, voices of men and women shouted out in elation. They ran into the walls of water that surrounded them. Ajax then commanded more of the river of wailing to rush out of Phobator's skull, and he rushed out with it. I took off my goat's head. When Ajax came out, a dark shadow exited with him. The shadow shouted again that familiar sizzle. This time, though, it altered pitches, as if dizzied in the current. Do Blesses stream, because I think they will be better. Yeah, Blessed, you should stream. You would be a much better streamer than me. 100%, bro. You have grand ideas. And you could talk about real shit. I think you'd get an audience with that. Like, absolute, just chatting and just do, like, life story kind of stuff. That shit goes so hard. And then turn it into YouTube videos. My problem is I don't have anything that's ever been hard in my life. So, like, I don't have content for that. So I just have to make up stories where people's lives suck. Because my life is too great that no one would ever fucking care about it. It's a terrible conundrum to be in. But it's a good conundrum to be in, right? It was Phobator who escaped his skull. Phobator was much like a shade, though his color made him feel invisible, as though even the goat and I could not pick him up. My father appeared, as absent now as he ever was. It was difficult to describe his clothing. The cloth blended with what was behind him. There was only the gray shadow of smoke that made him more silhouette than human. Please buy a new hat. Meeseeks Hats has a painful existence. Existence is pain, Jerry. That's why I turned one of them into a hat, because he doesn't exist anymore. You know, I carved him out and stuck him on my head. Now I'm a Meeseeks. But by proxy, that means my life needs to be paid.
Loads massive gun. End.
Wait for it. It's like a Mario bullet. Super big, but super slow. Just like redirected and reoriented it. That was stupid. You're stupid, Smokey. Fuck you. It's okay, I'm stupider. I'm strong, I'll beat your ass. True, Smokey, you love beating my ass. It's a good time. Smack that. Shades sat silent in their armors, who just remembered the lives they had in their last life. Our land was aglow like sunlight upon the drowned leaf, and the leaf was dead, no longer hot but tepid, as if fall had come. It all seemed so dry. Cracks in the ground remained to mar its beauty. Callie, come on, man. When you were editing this
Smack that
section...
all on the floor, smack that, give it some more, smack that, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh my god, Smokey, that brings me back. That brings me back. Fuck. But come on, Callie. You were obviously not paying attention at this part. Though our river of wailing flowed across the country, no amount of water could bring the dirt back to life. In sign language. Father, is that you? I asked. Pyrrhus walked up to me with his face contorted. He looked through my father as if unable to see him. You see someone there, don't you? Forbitor walked up to me. I'll make sure you aren't resurrected again, dangerous child, said my father. He came at me with a black sickle. My heart dropped. What felt like cold rain on flesh crept up my body. Last time you spoke, you destroyed a count. Scarves covered his entire body, as well as the countless shades. No, you foolish kids brought back the shades. Clotho will destroy you, said Fogator. Changed my mind. I'm taking a Seroquel and sleeping, not staying up all night and day. Do you really need to take drugs in order to fall asleep, Blessed? That sounds pretty brutal, man. I feel bad. That sucks. Oof. It's a bad time. That sucks. Sleep is for pussy hole? True, Smokey. We don't ever sleep. Notice that synced up with the end of the music? It was like dying. No, you foolish kids brought back the shades. Clotho will destroy you, said Fobator. A woman arrived out of the leaves in the wind, dressed in red and black robes. She held a distaff to spin the cloth that made up the shades around us. Even the personification of nightmares was at her mercy. Okay, not this. We want metal. Yes, please.
Blesses, I will make you sleep because I will song for you.
Damn, Blessed. Smokey's gonna song for you. You are one of the luckiest motherfuckers. My god, the last time Smokey songed for me was 3 lifetimes ago. It ended my life. I was so scared I had to skip 3 more of them before I finally came back. Fucking Smokey. A woman arrived out of the leaves in the wind, dressed in red and black robes. She held a distaff to spin the cloth that made up the shades around us. Even the personification of nightmares was at her mercy. Okay, Smokey. Oh, you were going to hurt your son, but no. We still need him, said Clotho in a soft, oscillating voice. Fobator fought the scarves on his body to refuse his true form. Smoke restrained. The silhouette turned straight gray from see-through to reveal the same flesh we saw when he first resurrected. Fuck you, talk, bro. Give me my limelight. You're trying to kill me, Smokey. Why would I put you up on stage beside me? That sounds like a horrible idea. But you know, I could be wrong, right? Could be the best decision of my life. Sure, I would definitely stab you in the back. Bethy Rose! Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome! How are you? We were reading Callie's story, or trying to. Smokey is trying to distract the stream. Hey, hope you're well today. Just lurking while I game. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. I thank you, thank you. Enjoy your gaming, Bethy. Phobator fought the scarves on his body to refuse his true form. Smoke resonated, restrained.
Why
the
do
silhouette
you blame
turned
me for
straight
your errors?
gray from the see-through to reveal the same flesh as we saw when we first resurrected. Find your mother, Ekthros, said Phobator. He held out his sickle towards me while on his knees. Smokey, because they're not my errors, they're your errors.
I'm here to guide you in story.
In story and life, Smokey, I would never take your advice on anything. No offense, bro. I mean, I would use you as, like, a diagram of, like, what not to do. But I'm not gonna tell you that, right? Smokey's best story is...
I told a person to buy a scratch ticket, and guess what?
They didn't win anything. They won $2?
True.
Oh, it's a good time, Smokey. It's a good time. I know what to take from this deal. Look behind you, said Clotho. Wait, where am I? No! No! Smokey! No, I need to read! Quiet, my god, you belong to me, Clotho said, scarves wrapped around Phobator's mouth and to silence him. Kid, I know you want to deal with me. 5 words is all you get in sign language. I want my parents back. I could tell Clotho was deep in thought by the line on her forehead.
I will TDSUN fur.
Wow! Smokey, you're not allowed to use that language. You're one letter from
Blah,
getting
blah, blah,
fucking
blah, blah.
banned. Don't fucking do it, bro. Don't fucking do it,
I
Smokey.
went for you.
You're fucking killing me, Smokey. What's N for? No, he had to say motherfucker, but he hit N instead of F, and then I thought it was funny because you changed one more letter, and yeah, you're gonna get banned. Don't need that G, that F to be a G. Let's just say. So Smokey's lucky. It was only one letter.
I love Snickers.
Oh my god, Smokey, what am I ever gonna do with you, bro? The fuck am I gonna do with you? I have to cage you and sell you at the circus, bro. Ghost story. For fuck's sakes. Okay. I know what to take from this deal. Look behind you, said Clotho. She grabbed my hand and turned it. Look, it's the royals, said a shade. The curse was broken. They could see us, Pyrus grabbed Clotho's shoulder to force her gaze upon me. No more interruptions. Let me make a deal as well. I have much for you to take, he said. Don't touch me, boy. Clotho pushed him to the ground. The word the boy cut through him as sharp as when his stepfather had said it. Pyrus bared his teeth. Don't call me boy, said Pyrus.
Sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
True.
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
Huh? What? Not sure who you are looking at without your glasses. You need my glasses to be able to see my eyes, Smokey. You have nothing of worth to give me. I looked at Pyrus. He walked up to
Now,
Fobator.
sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl.
To
You
grab
don't
his
need to
sickle.
see what happens next.
Good girl.
Thanks, Smokey. Okay, I need to grind more weed.
You don't need to see what happens next.
It is what it is, Smokey. I can't stop everything from being something you can inhabit with your individual takes. Individualistic takes. If you know what I mean
miss
by
my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
individuals. Sync 3, 2, 1. Oh, Smokey. It's not that simple. Fuck, you have way too many points. How do you have so many points? This is scary.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Put some effort in PLS. I did put points in.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Ha! There, Smokey. How was that for a scam? You can't tell me I scammed you because I still chair danced. Why do you have to blow all your points in one place? Aren't we gonna sync, Toke? Go. Michelle, free from Narcissus, stood there to invite me into her arms. Her arm was no longer that of a monster's, and she was younger than when I first saw her. Mid-20s, hair now raven black, wrinkles gone. Father walked up to me, tapped my back, and smiled. Go to her. We're here for you. I smiled. I ran up to my mother with tears on my face. There, we can be a family now, said Michelle. Pyrus walked up to me. And we can't. Where's my mother? Asked Pyrus. Sign language. Find her yourself. We're happier without you. Pyrus's eyebrows furrowed. His mouth left agape.
A time once upon a mountain, a muscular hero called Smokey was gooning to the melodies of Idik's screams. Idix was good scream man with Buud had to Tigo was fun time don't hate. No Ingles.
Oh my god. Oh fuck.
Dad joke coming through a hem. Ill sink your toke smoke, right in the toilet bowl. Bose. I'm an illegal alien.
Good stuff, Sean. Good stuff. What happened to your wisdom? I thought you were the one to give advice. Sean is my daddy. I thought I was your daddy. No, wait, you're my daddy. Okay, never mind. We can both have daddies. Forgot the Y in Smokey, lol. My bad joke. Yeah, I was like, I'm not quite...
No homo and fur.
Are you just gonna keep saying "and fur" until you accidentally say something else, Smokey? And then you're gonna play you're gonna play it off. You're gonna play it off as, oh, it's just one letter, motherfucker.
It might be an accident.
It might be an accident. Welcome, Eddie in the mix.
What
True,
are you
true.
trying to end for, Smokey?
He went from motherfucker to N-fer to N, and then F is turned to the next best
You know what
letter.
Eddie is doing right.
You know what Eddie is doing, right? Yeah, he's actually the one who's making the music for the stream, guys. I hope you know that. Go check out Eddie. He has the musical talent in him. I hope you are friends with Eddie, Smokey. You share platform. Platform good for share. Yes, you? You know Eddie do good here, right? You are Smokey have bad time. Smokey here time bad have. Will yes? Sure will. Won't stop there.
is just where people come spam emotes and you go do the same on they Steam and keep them tabbed, then you get one viewer, etc.
You're one viewer, etc., Smokey. You're one viewer, bitch. Fuck up! Do you understand, though? Wait, what is this? Not quite sure.
I muted your Discord.
Your Discord is muted. Suggestion box, do it later off stream. Alright, sounds good, Ram.
So loud there.
So Ram, you know if I get spam in that box, I'm gonna know it's you, right? It's not really anonymous for you to bring it up and then use it. I'm just fucking with you. What happened to your wisdom? I thought you were the one to give advice. I have family now. Yes, you do. Forget the boy, Michelle said. Anonymous these dicks. I'll dick your anonymous, Smokey. I'll rain on your mom. She loves it. With an off-white color. When she said this, she had a look on her face similar to Pyrrhus, a tone of voice he heard from his stepfather but once before, as if to look down on him. Pyrrhus locked eyes with her to focus on them. He could see beyond Clotho's tricks. There was anger, jealousy, and worst of all, betrayal in his eyes. A visible flame sparked bright red in them. I know what's going on here. And you don't deserve to know, Ekthros. It's best to focus on maybe 2,000 or less words without audience interruption. The whole point of the stream is interruption, though, Ram. Like, that's what I facilitate. That's what I encourage, because it's interaction. The content is always going to be there on the page, but what people say, if the audience wants to interrupt, there's TTS. Nah, you gotta read everyone's message, man. You gotta get everyone in on it. You gotta be having like 3 or 4 different conversations while also reading the story. And you gotta have like multiple people like Smokey in there just trolling you. Or you're not a real streamer.
How I can feel so bad. Thumbs down.
We keep it real. If you want to actually read the story, you can go read Callie's story from the Discord. This is just like fuck around. This is the typical suggestion I would put in the box. And I understand that, Ram, and there are people that, of course, in my response, you can't hear you, please shout. You know what, Dragon's Lair arcade game on Laserdisc, the original one? No, I don't, Sean. The rain is raining. Raining rain, while rains for raining rain. But I understand where you're coming from, Ram. It makes sense if I was, like, here to read the story. But I'm not really here to read the story. The story is here to fill time while we, like, just do stuff. It's like the background, right? And if people are really into the story, then they won't talk. Wake up. You forgot the TTS, idiot. Wake up, you wieners. 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 Woo! Should have taken a deep breath before that.
1488 is a combination of 2 popular white supremacist numeric symbols. The first symbol is 14, which is shorthand for the 14 words slogan, "We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children." The second is 88, which stands for Heil Hitler, H being the 8th letter of the
alphabet. God damn it, Smokey! I feel like if I took care of myself and got out of my own way, I would be unstoppable. History class is in. Damn, Smokey. Ah, you never know. I know what's going on here. And you don't deserve to know, Ekthros. Pyrrhus stuck his sickle in me. I held my breath as the pain shot through my body, and I fell to my side upon the warm, cracked ground. There was an intense ache in the back, coupled with the sharp pain from the slice taken to it.
TDS do it, 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 TDS do it.
Yes. The crown is no longer yours. Thanks for saying TTS, Ram. Now Smokey's addicted. It was hand-drawn by the same artist that made Secret of Neem. The Laserdisc cabinets kept overheating due to all the image searching it required. Beautiful game, easy yet impossible. Almost impossible. It's estimated to take 33 at 50 cents for 3 lives to make it through one time in a blind run, if you remembered each scene and the alternate mirror scene. That equates a little over $100 in today's money.
Yo, call me a cannibal because I want to suck you from the front and eat you from the back, and then I'll slurp your cum like it's a fruit smoothie, and when I'm done I'll suck your toes afterwards.
What's going on, Smokey? Are you self-promoting, Smokey? I don't know about that, man. That's a scary road to go down. Going through my clipboard. I'm gonna focus on getting out of my own way now. Okay, Callie. There was an intense ache in the back, coupled with the sharp pain from the slice taken from it. The crown is no longer yours, said Pyrrhus. What looked like 2 red onions fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. I lay there as Phobator spun stitches to sew my back together. Tears fell down my face. You're learning how to be a good leader, a family man, when you should be learning how to use your states. A leader must have power, and that is all important. This is my wisdom to you, he said. He took my crown and walked up to the Goaten woman with a scarf. Just found out they made a 3D version in 2004. We're gonna head off to watch a Let's Play of it. 9 videos to get through. Damn, Sean, good luck.
Gonna happen face with tears of joy. 88141488 is a combination of 2 popular white supremacist numeric symbols. The first symbol is 14, which is shorthand for the 14 words slogan, "We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children." The second is 88, which stands for Heil H.
Yep, you know what you're doing, Smokey. I understand. Okay. Now, if you misspell that, we will be banned. Don't misspell. You look much like a spinner. Replace my crown with these. She hesitated, then turned to Clotho for approval. The goddess nodded. Very well. I'll do this for you, said the spinner. She dug a hole in the ground and filled it with water from the rivers, then added lime and crushed the solution after having gathered leather from nearby gecko mare. Now rinse it off and heat it up with your fire, Pyrrhus. With his own skin, he helped the spinner make her gecko mare glue, repeating the process until the product was done. Give me the sickle. This will hurt, kid. The spinner cut his back open. Only Pyrrhus could touch his searing hot crown, so the benefit of her more careful hands wasn't an option. He screamed, but the blood spilled was more controlled with precise cuts into the rhomboid muscles. Though he had a crown from the Goaten of knowledge, Pyrrhus still did not have full control over the 5 states. He placed my crown in a bag. You think yourself a prince of hate now? You may have the crown, but you lack the reputation. Still, boy, you are nothing, said Phobator. Angry, Pyrrhus entered his second state, his wings smaller than when I entered it, His horns grew larger and his legs furry with hooves, the legs of a goat. I'm taking your goat's head as well, brother, Pyrrhus said. Clotho made herself a pedestal to stand on out of scarves. Its material turned to maple wood to stand sturdy from the violet dirt. She slid over through the field to Pyrrhus to place her thumbs on his eyes. Pyrrhus flinched, motionless. Inside him, the desire to escape. I lost myself. Fuck. The fuck happened? Pyrrhus, to place her thumbs on his eyes, Pyrrhus flinched, motionless. Inside him, the desire to escape was an ember snuffed out by his own breath. Don't try to fight. I need not lift a finger to scoop those precious jewels from their sockets. That gesture was only to frighten him. Fate could render him blind if she willed it, and even with my crown in his back, his burning hatred did not do well with his desires. His heart and mind were those of a prince of fire, his experiences of a boy wanting attention.
I have freedom beyond comprehension, and I will be back for the rest of the alphabet.
Okay, Smokey, do what you gotta do, man. Revenge did not drive him as it did me. She turned to her army to speak to them. Tangled, I share with you the wisdom of a prince, said Clotho. My heart felt as if it would burst in the second of a sentence. Welcome back, Smokey. Awesome, man. You were gone for almost 110 minutes. Holy fuck, dude. It's been forever. I missed you. I held my chest. Did she take my wisdom when she gave me my parents? Amber grabbed my shoulders. Right? True. Ajax held his thumb out for me to sit on. Ekthros, you are distressed. I can get you water to wash with, but make sure you don't drink any. Wailing souls can age a young one decades, and you are very much still a kid, said Ajax. Clotho's tangled marched forward in perfect unison. With this wisdom, we first conquer Brewone. Then the other 6 nations, so resentful of the Goten. Adelpha broke her own quiet to enter her second state, with flames of black around her fists and horns. Fields the Tangled walked through caught fire to have them each forget their last few steps taken alive, but still they remembered the whys of their walk and marched on. Foolish kid. My will is one with all clothing. They will not forget their task so easily. Adelpha threw flames at Clotho's face to have her forget her own reasoning for this war. Scarves raced to shield her. I can't do anything, said Adelpha. She fell to her knees. Pyrrhus walked up to her and held her face. Sister, you must feel as much like nothing as I do. I am destruction, you are forgetfulness. Both of us take from life even as we try to give. Join me and we'll stop Clotho together. His hand grasps hers to help her up. Ajax and Amber sided with me. Each of us wants a region of Tyrannin. But I'm not sure if we can take on Clotho without our eyes, said Ajax. Pyrrhus rolled his eyes. Says the giant with enough energy to fight an army, said Pyrrhus. This army may follow the orders of a malevolent goddess, but they are still my people. I can't harm them, Ajax said as he turned to Amber, who fell to the ground after a drink of his potion. She convulsed and tore the ground with her fingers. She kicked and stomped with her feet. What's happening? A nightmare? Asked Ajax, grimaced to show his guilt. Must be because Pyrrhus helped make the potion. I helped finish it, Ajax said. Pyrrhus grabbed his forehead and sighed. See, I can't do much with my flames except bring suffering. Same with Adelpha, which is why we should work together. Who would want to fight if all you can remember is your nightmares? Asked Pyrrhus. Ajax flattened his lips and raised his eyebrows. Clotho's army functions with the combined will of one goddess. Our flames would have no effect, said Ajax. Which is why we do not use our flames, at least not at first, Pyrrhus smirked. He held his fist in his left hand and walked off towards Brewone. Intrigued by the confidence in his eyes, Adelpha followed him. What do we do, Ekthros? I follow you. Ajax was down on one knee, in sign language. Shouldn't we separate by this point? I have my parents, Pyrrhus has his plans, Amber has her potion to keep her sanity in check. Amber opened her eyes. She was listening. Our Ekthros would never say that. Realize you have more family than just your parents. Have you forgotten your dreams? You wish to rule with us, don't you? Asked Amber. As she walked up to me with her right hand up, she looked ready to slap me. Her hand swung towards my face but landed softly upon my cheek. Her hands fell to her side along with her eyes. In sign language. I apologize for that. Without my wisdom, I am a fool. You are no fool, said a familiar echo. In sign language. Did you hear that voice? Amber and Ajax looked at each other. No, said Amber. Strange, I sighed. If you're done feeling sorry, I believe we should follow them. Then we follow. I sighed. Ajax placed us on his shoulders and leapt into the skies to hop from cloud to wailing cloud. Wailing violet cloud. Took my meds. Nice, Callie. Hell yeah. While the ground was dry, new plants grew out from the cracks to beautify the land. Petals twisted around their stems to launch themselves from the ground within the wind, to kiss flowers with their seeds and bear children of their own. Those flowers bloomed as fast as Ajax could flap his massive wings. Flare about them was their sheer number, their sheen upon a purple sky from above, like black stars that grant never a wish, but a sight you could only dream of. From above, the land did not seem so dry. Cracks would almost disappear, and there were only flowers, constellations that told stories as we flew through the clouds. Yeah, I'm just a bad reader, Callie. That's another problem, too. You could feel the fauna had nightmares of their own to share in that frenzied sway. To be plucked from the ground and left there without the petals, after having delivered the news that their admired does not love them back. And the sky did not love the ground, for there were no stars. We were left ugly and infertile, so the winds do not want you in flight to give yourself to the world. You have died. It was as if the plants cried for their soldiers. They were lovers, friends, and parents who could no longer remember why they fought. I wondered if we could help them find their spine, like the flowers who lost their petals. Never a knight grows back if coaxed with some talking to. I used to be able to win anyone over with a few sentences, but without my wisdom or my crown I could no longer be a prince. Even my horns fell off. A few miles ahead was Browood. True. Plants cried for their soldiers. They were lovers, friends, partners who could no longer remember why they fought. I wondered if they could help them find their spine, like flowers who lost their petals. They might grow back if coaxed with some talking to. I used to be able to win anyone over with a few sentences, but without my wisdom or my crown I could no longer be a prince. Even my horns fell off. A few miles ahead was Bruin. A cloud hovered above the city to cast a shadow as dark as night that hid those below it. Winds carried rain so viscous as to threaten to slice the flesh. Not even the light gale Spira shone with her star could pull away this blanket of cold discomfort, as the buildings were tall to block her starlight. People have seen the immaculate teeth of Dionysus above them as they collected their fill. To celebrate, mock fights were held with farmers' equipment. Whoever was struck in the back had to drink until they fainted. Barrels where wine was made are kept below the clouds to catch his intoxicative drool. Buildings with burgundy bricks and grapestone bases were so rich as to make you thirst for wine. Some citizens of Berwyn shivered in the rain. Most danced to tire themselves and fell asleep in the inebriating mist. If you can hold your liquor, you may join us in the hunt, said the nobleman with his arms up. Similar to all other cities, fashion had almost no disparities between wearers. Crimson scarves covered them from head to toe, not unlike Phobator's own wool. which did not react to Pyrrhus when I felt him use the second state. Breezes nearly sent him up from the ground, as he was not used to the strength of my wings. He hit a cloud above the city to watch Pyrrhus and Adelpha walk in through the silver gates. Easy to see they had gold to spend with how far their barriers ran around their city. Ahead of us there were men and women with buckets of alcohol from which the sanguine mist drifted out to send walkers tipsy. Unable to take the wine of Dionysus, they fell asleep, but Pyrrhus was not deterred. He thought himself strong enough to make it through the gates. 2 women with 1 horn each arrived with buckets to spill mist upon their path. From the clouds, even we could smell the sweet citrus spread throughout the air. I thought they'd fall asleep. They didn't. Pyrrhus, you seem tired, said Adelpha, through her sleeve. I seem tired. Who do you think I am, the Prince of Hate? I can take a little bit of alcohol in my system, said Pyrrhus. He wasn't tired. He was drunk. Like the others in the city, even when he tripped and slammed his head into the concrete, he remained conscious. Pyrrhus shouldn't be walking. He got up, as if he hadn't just cracked his head open. The alcohol wouldn't let him sleep or experience pain. You can't tell me what to do, he said as he lit up his dirtied hands with a green flame. You don't scare anyone drunk, Pyrrhus, said Adelpha. 2 women gasped. I focused my eyes upon theirs to see they hadn't met a royal goat in a very long time. These 2 could tolerate the alcohol, so it was a surprise to hear them fall to the ground when I took my eyes off them. See? I'm getting used to the crown already. My flames sent them to sleep. He sent away his fire with a flick of his wrists. But you don't use them. We don't even know what Ekthros' flames do. Adelpha looked up at me. She forgot to keep her mouth covered and took in the mist to become drunk with it. She almost fell to the ground and would have hurt herself, but I raced from the clouds, though I had no wings to help me glide, and caught her. Mist rushed into my lungs by my panicked breathing to drug me like the others. I was not even made drunk. Thoughts raced through my mind. This was a familiar taste, I realized. I've had this alcohol before. The same wine, the same gate. To remember what fruit Dionysus had before he drooled from the clouds was a sweet nostalgia. The sour lemon with its seeds all in the mix, even the bitter rind. Grapes, and I could tell its color from the taste, white. No seeds from this one. I suppose the god grew tired of them. Pyrrhus fell to his knees as a stream of pink vomit fountained from his throat. So your sister falls and you're a hero, but your brother throws up and he's expected to pick himself up along with the mess. Delpha snickered. I walked up to him and held his gaze. How does it taste, brother? She asked, her hands on her belly. She gagged. You're about to find out, said Pyrrhus. The nobleman from before walked up to us with hands of leaves. His headdress was of amethyst and ruby, and unlike the others, his scarves were black. Pyrrhus walked up to him. Oh, I remember what I came here for now. You there, noblest of men with gems on their heads. I have come bearing words of warning, he said, his hands as if he was about to grab the man's face. He stuffed Pyrrhus' mouth with leaves. Pyrrhus was soon able to stand on his own 2 feet without stumbling after the leaves exploded with some clear liquid. You don't talk like that of a noble person. This is how you address them. Adelpha got on her knees. She burped. Headdress guy. I bet your scalp is as beautiful as the gems you wear. Show us your scalp, said Adelpha. She, too, had her mouth filled with greens, but a noblewoman, she stood back up after chewing. Those are the words that were supposed to come out of my mouth. I do apologize for that, but we came here to warn you. He ignored them and faced me. Child, you do not lose your sense after long exposure to such high wine. You must have blood in you, neither human nor goaten. That makes you special. I've a mission for you. What about these 2? I sighed. The leaves I gave them will only keep them from losing too many fluids. If they do not leave, they will soon be drunk again, he said. As 5 men each with a single horn jumped from the bushes, they held lantern pots in hand to make the most of their wine. Ruin had professions unlike any other city I've been to. These are human hunters who could take in as much of the mist as a Goten man and still fight with as much ferocity and skill. You can be a great hunter if you do... Or who would be saying so? Again, Adelpha and Pyrrhus were made drunk while I stood to watch, powerless without my words or my wings. To make sure they stayed down, the huntress bludgeoned their heads to make them bleed. Their blood mixed with the dirt they fell on, and a few hunters collected the sample. This should add some flavor to the wine. We should have them chew enough leaves during the process, said the hunter. Can't have their crowns dehydrated before we harvest them. Do not worry, child. All we want are their crowns. They made my siblings bleed. Though I did not have my crown, something in me burned, and instead of my back, it was from my chest that irradiated a familiar sensation. A want for revenge. The same feeling I had when Amber died. Down the black brick path towards the city, I noticed there were no Goten. Only what the Goten kind called the Twisted. From a story I was told once before. The hunters took my siblings into buildings unlike the others, made of foggy white and dark green bricks instead of red and purple. Michelle, Charles, check if they have anything valuable with them. I could feel Pyrrhus was still strong in the crowd I stole from him back when I helped him out. With his crown in my palms, I felt his desperation stronger than before. The girl had nothing. The boy had a bag with a silver of a crown inside it. He stopped and walked to look ahead, then at me. I felt he suspected something. He pursed his lips. No matter, we'll deal with that later. Come to the palace with us, child, and we'll treat you and your fellow travelers with care. Unlike the other cities, night came to Bruin as naturally as ever. I lay myself down in the bed to think. What is it that makes us Goten? The horns, the hair loss, or the fate? If it's fate, I can say that we make ourselves. Made a prince, a Goten could strip the crown of their backs and change everything. The scar left behind would not define them because a scar is defined by the Goten who wears it. A burned man could be the father he lost in the flames. A prince, the brother who lost his mother to a thirst for power. Goten decide who they are, and so will I. I need these words right now. My siblings are in danger, and there's nothing I can do. My wisdom takes along with my crown. I am more than some noble kid. Can I do anything other than keep Pyrrhus' crown safe? I learned from a fairy tale to make decisions fast and with a steady heart. It started with the classic Once Upon a Time, which I was not a fan of, but as good writers do, he made it work. Made it feel like a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a hairless man who lived under a water bridge. He wanted so bad to be able to grow a beautiful coat of wool so he could get back to his wife in the farms. The ram would wash himself every day with a special formula the farmer gave him to grow luxurious coats. When a group of beavers built a dam to stop the river flowing, he was forced to move to another bridge where an Iwi, I don't know what that is, an Ewe went to wash herself. An Iwi? She had a coat the gods could not grow with its blinding luster. How did you grow wool so beautiful? Oh, an ewe. An ewe. Isn't that like a female, like, ram or whatever? It's pronounced you? Thanks, Levi. I'm retarded. Welcome, Levi. How's it going? How did you grow wool so beautiful? She noticed he was without wool. Oh dear me, you must have used the river up north. Rumor has it someone's been filling it with a corrosive substance to keep some poor beast out of the farms. You can wash with me if you like. Maybe your fur will grow back. I'll give you a stack of what I use. Soon enough, his wool grew back. You. English is a fucked up language. Your wool is as beautiful as mine. Typically, male sheep's wool isn't as lustrous. You're lucky, the ewe said. The ewe said. Thanks, I can finally go back to my wife. And he did. When he arrived, she was in her bedroom, just waking up. He went into her bathroom to fill it with bottles of the shampoo his friend gave him, then discovered she had her own, clear bottles filled with a green substance. It did not flow like the shampoo she would use, and it did not feel like it either. In fact, it burned. His fur fell off. Wife, what have you been doing with this? He discovered another ram in the closet when he opened the door. Ever since he discovered this was her attempt at keeping him away, he stayed with the ewe, who helped him with his wool and ran with her to another farm, a decision he made with much certainty. Certainty I felt I lost along with my wisdom. Okay, no, it's Germanic, that's English. Hey, don't blame the English, it's probably Gaelic or something. I just mean the fact that they stole the word and added it to English, but didn't change, like, the fucking grammar structures. Rams cheating on each other. I mean, that's pretty hardcore, Callie. So, Queen, are you still here? Because I know that took a really long time to read. Okay. Because some people will, like, wander off and then come back. So I was just wondering. Let's do chapter 2 of Queen's story. So I just want to make sure that people are here, because I don't want to read their story if they're not here, because I want, you know, I want to be able to give them feedback and kind of have an experience with them, right? Kind of the whole point of it. I'm a lurky turkey. That's what I am too. Okay, let's do chapter 2. Ads. Need more drink, guys. I'll be right back. Oif. Take this toke, and then we shall begin. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Evane. I jumped out of my sleep, my heart pounding against my ribs as if trying to break free. I sit up abruptly, drenched in sweat, and place my hand on my chest. Burning waves ripple under my skin. This dream was more vivid than usual, dragging me back to the horrid day 7 years ago when everything changed. I can still hear the distant explosions from that night ringing in my ears. True, Eddie! It's always the same. Reliving the attack, the chaos, the loss, it's a nightmare. I tell myself, closing my eyes to steady my breathing. The image of the dark silhouette of the man crosses my mind. I've sensed his presence in my dreams for months now, but I could see it fully, and it's never gotten that close until tonight. I take another deep breath, trying to push the haunting memories away, locking them back down, deep down inside where they belong. I don't have the energy to think about this right now. Just a nightmare, I whisper, taking in deep breaths through the nose, then blowing out through my mouth. I look around my room, trying to remind myself where I am. The familiar sight of my room slowly comes into focus. The soft glow of the morning light filtered through the curtains. The intricate carvings on the wooden furniture and the comforting presence of my parents' portraits on the wall. The crackling sound and the light, sweet aroma of the fireplace across from the bed fill the room. Light and shadows dance together off deep green walls, casting an ethereal glow. I kick the black duvet away and stretch my arms overhead, feeling the plush ebony carpet beneath my feet. I move to the wash basin, splashing cold water on my face. The shock of it helps clear my mind a bit more, like washing away parts of the nightmare still clinging to me. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, noting the dark circles under my pale green eyes and the pale complexion of my tan beige skin that has become my norm. My high cheekbones and delicate features appear almost ghostly under the dim light. I look away, unable to face the person I've become. As I get dressed, strands of my dark hair playfully whip across my face, about from the breeze sweeping into the room. I pull on a simple dark green tunic and a pair of black trousers, opting for comfort and practicality over anything else. The fairy lights reflecting in the window look like twinkling distant stars from the spiraling staircase behind me, leading to my personal library. For a moment, I consider retreating up there, losing myself in the pages of my favorite book, Dance of the Midnight Court. It's a tale of love and adventure with a happy ending, everything my life lacks. Reading lets me escape into another world, one where the pain and memories of the past can't reach me. I've spent countless hours up there since my parents died, trying to find peace in the stories. Tomorrow will mark 7 years since I received my shadow, 7 years since my parents were murdered, taken from me by that loathsome so-called king, King Athol Adonis of Abrams, one of the rulers of Kolatara. He is more of a tyrant than he is a king. I shake off the thought. I need to focus on the tasks today. There's so much to do, so many responsibilities. I need to practice my magic and somehow find the time to check on the preparation for the autumn equinox. Today is the last day before my 18th birthday. Tomorrow, everything changes. The night my parents died, I inherited part of my shadow early, too early. But the heart of Unova must have a shadow, a power the father of shadow bestowed upon my family to protect Kolatara's magic. The last 7 years, I've had basic powers, unable to really do much. I can sort of move things around, and some things get things to appear in my hands. Sometimes get things to appear in my hands. But tomorrow I gain all my shadow's powers, and I will be able to do more. I read in a book that one of the powers you gain will be unique to you. My father had pyrokinesis, the ability to wield fire. He was good at it. On nights that I had bad dreams, he would shape the fire into cute animals to run around and play in the fireplace. He would stay with me until I fell back asleep. He must have practiced every day to be good at that. I put my boots and my head towards the door. pull my boots, and head towards the door. The estate is quiet at this hour, the usual bustle of activity still a few hours away. Take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, steeping out of my room and walking down the corridor. I hear footsteps following me. Turn to see Tristan, my captain of the Royal Guards. His expression a mix of concern and his usual stoic demeanor. Despite his unwavering support, I keep my struggles to myself. "Morning, Tristan," I say, trying to muster a smile. I tilt my head up to meet his gaze, his silver eyes catching the light. "Morning, Your Majesty," he replies, his tone steady, almost too formal. I roll my eyes. "Tristan, how many times do I have to tell you? Drop the Your Majesty shit." Smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, come on, Yvain. It's just a term of respect. You're the queen, after all." He runs a hand through his short ash blonde hair, small battle scars on his knuckles catching the light, adding to his rugged handsomeness. Cross my arms as we turn a corner. "Respect? Oh, please, Tristan. We've been friends for years, and you've seen me at my worst. Can't you just call me Eve?" "Maybe I just like riling you up, Your Majesty. Keeps things interesting around here." He teases, his grin widening, revealing a rare glimpse of his playful side. Scowl playfully. I scowl playfully. "You do realize that as queen, I could have you thrown in the dungeon for such behavior, right?" He raises an eyebrow, his tone mockingly serious. "Oh, I'm well aware, but why would I pass up the pleasure of annoying you? That's half the fun of being your captain." I huff, letting annoyance creep into my voice. "Well, I've had enough. Consider this a warning. Stop it or else." Tristan chuckles, his voice deep and smooth. "Or else what? You're gonna banish me from the kingdom?" His eyes twinkle with mischief, knowing full well I wouldn't follow through. As if banishing him would do anything. When it was time to appoint a new captain, he didn't give me any other choice but to pick him. Not that Tristan isn't good at his job, he excels, but this wasn't the life he talked about as a child. He wanted to sail the seas and explore the realm. But after my parents' death, Tristan promised to me he would never leave me, and he hasn't left my side since. Even with all the gifted ships and supplies I've given him throughout the years, I even told him he could take the best men from here to be part of a crew, but he wouldn't budge. "You remember a year ago," I start, changing the subject, "when you broke your leg during a patrol? Said your horse got spooked and threw you off, sending you tumbling down a hill." "Yeah, it was nothing serious, just a few days of rest in bed," he replies nonchalantly. "Oh, and that poor soldier," I say, placing a hand over my heart dramatically. "He had to wheel you around everywhere. You barked orders all over the estate, making sure no one was slacking." Tristan laughs at the memory, a deep, hearty sound that seems to lighten the air. He's always been so stubborn. If I did banish him, I wouldn't put it past him to just set up outside the gate to keep giving orders. I roll my eyes. No, what I would do would be much worse than banishing. We reach the top of the grand staircase and stop. I grin mischievously before leaning in close to him, lowering my voice. "If you insist on calling me Your Majesty, then I'll have no choice but to tell everyone the truth. Oh, how embarrassing that day really was when you broke your leg," I tisk, feigning disappointment. Tristan narrows his eyes, the playful glint in them fading to mock seriousness. "You wouldn't dare, Eve." "Oh, but I just might," I say, my voice light and teasing as I shrug and cock my head to the side. He doesn't want anyone to know the real story. It was funny when he told me what actually happened, but I swore if anyone ever asked, the horse got spooked. He chuckles, shaking his head and feet. "Fine, you win this time." We walk down the grand staircase in companionable silence before he glances at me, his tone softening. "Rough night again." I shrug, brushing off the memories. "Same as always. You?" "Same," he admits quietly, a hint of vulnerability rare in his voice. "You're up early. I could say the same about you." "Guard duty never ends," he says with a hint of a smirk. "Besides, someone who has to keep an eye on you." My jaw tightens. "I'm not a child, Tristan." "Never said you were," he replies, his tone steady, but with an edge that shows he's not one to back down easily. "But someone's got to make sure you don't forget how to take care of yourself." I give him a flat smile. "I'm heading out for some fresh air." I wave a hand dismissively, and we part ways at the bottom of the stairs. Making my way through the front door of the estate, I can't help but think about the day ahead. The preparations for the equinox, the responsibilities of being queen, and the constant shadow of tomorrow's change. But for now, I push those thoughts aside and focus on what I need to do. My secret spot in the woods is calling, a perfect place to clear my mind and practice my magic away from prying eyes. The morning air is crisp and cool as I step outside the estate, the sky tingled with the soft hues of dawn. I take a deep breath, savoring the solitude of the early hour. The estate, usually bustling with activity, is serene and still. The estate walls, gleaming with enchantments, seem slightly duller, reflecting the warm, waning magic of the land. My chest tightens as I remember how vibrant everything used to be. King Athol stole the heart of Unova a little after he killed my parents, leaving devastation in his wake. I was too young and just got the shadow. The forest no longer burst with life. The lakes are no longer clear. The realm's magic is fading, retreating into the heart of Unova. And it's as if I can feel the realm itself mourning, struggling under the same burdens I carry. I made my way down the winding path that leads into the forest, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The trees tower above me, their branches forming a protective canopy, shielding me from the outside world, once lush and vibrant, now seem weary. Their leaves turning shades of gold and crimson, a reminder of the autumn equinox. The air, usually filled with the sounds of chirping birds, is eerily silent, save for the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. Walking deeper into the forest, the stillness of the estate fades, replaced by the profound silence of the forest. The sunlight filtering weakly through the canopy.
You're a fraud! Where's my toque? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following Michael. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
Welcome, welcome, Mikhail. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Creativity and imagination? Do you enjoy spreading all of that to other people? Indulging in the stories and furrowing in the world of words. Hi, I'm a writer, partly. Cool. Any kind of creative means, you know, whether you do anything else. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to, if you want to, join the Discord. We have the public stories, where if you want me to read any of your stories, feel free to drop them in there, as well as the self-promotion, where if you have anything that you want to promote, feel free to drop it in there. But hell yeah. So right now we are reading Queen's Story. Of course I can do that. Hell yeah, brother. Welcome, welcome. We're reading Queen's Story. Not at all, man. Always trying to bring people together into a writing community of people who just share and, you know, evaluate and feedback and just, you know, all the networking and everything that comes with being a writer and gaining ideas, you know, seeing other people's perspectives. What's the title of the Queen's Story? I can't do. Give me a second. The Shadow's Star. That's right. The Shadow's Star. Great fucking name. Yeah. I've chosen this spot for its seclusion. Close enough to return quickly if needed, but far enough that I don't have to worry about anyone randomly walking up on me. I can't bear the thought of the twins finding out the truth. They believe I've been training with Willow all these years, honing my powers under her guidance, but when Willow's sporadic visits and broken promises have left me to fend for myself. She was supposed to train me, to help me control the shadow magic that surged into me prematurely. Instead, I spent years trying to teach myself, piecing together fragments of knowledge from her old books and fleeting lessons. Yeah, always good to hear, you know, positive feedback and people enjoying the stories that you create. It's a great feeling. I'm a writer who is very much interested in ideas. I don't care how the story is, like, grammatically or, like, structurally or whatever. All I care about is the idea that you're trying to present interesting, and is the world that everything is set in interesting? Does it pull me in? Does it give me Future 34 PER? Reaper? Is that supposed to be Reaper? Future Reaper. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? I see you are from the great TLC. Good to see more people coming in and hanging out. Are you a writer? Are you a reader, Future Reaper? Do you enjoy stories, creativity, and imagination? Enveloping yourself in a world of words. It's a good time, guys. Spreading creativity and imagination is a very powerful thing that I think is very lacking. Because people like to keep ideas to themselves, but, you know. I like to say every story has been written except yours. No one can truly steal it, right? People do try to, though. That was kind of yesterday's lesson, was how people steal your shit and how to prevent it from happening. How you doing, buddy? I'm doing fantastic. This story is amazing. And I'm really getting into the world building, because it's kind of like slowly expanding out what's going on. And since we've had a time skip since the first chapter, like understanding what's actually going on now and how things have gone is like, holy shit. You know, it kind of just hits you like that. And the way that it's presented definitely doesn't leave anything to be imagined, right? It just throws everything at you. Oh, of course they do. Like, I have Callie's book and Sinister's book behind me, and they have them on Amazon. But there's, like, 20 bots on eBay that are selling, like, basically every book in existence at a marked up price, and they just do like drop shipping where they get an order from it and then they'll buy that order from you to facilitate it. And since they have more marketing reach, they tend to get more sales. Like usually they have around like 3 million to 5 million items sold in like 5 years. And they're usually run by large corporations. But technically it is theft. Isn't theft because they buy the product from you, they're just promoting it at a higher price, but you can get them to take it down. It's a lot of work though. It's fucking annoying. And that's one reason why I don't want to do paper copies yet. I want it to be like my own marketing, and then I can set up the things beforehand in order to make sure that people don't just drop ship my work, right? And then this is kind of a testament to me working, right? Because I have everything that I write recorded, essentially. I lost where I was. Terrified of falling, of letting my power spiral out of control. If I can't get out of it, then my soul will be shattered and scattered across the stars. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. I've lied to them, to everyone, about my progress, fearing their disappointment and my own inadequacy. The weight of the deception feels heavier with each step. Approaching my secret spot, a small clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, the feeling of the familiar hum of energy hangs in the air. Hello, how are you? Cute Muffin! Welcome, welcome! I'm doing good. How are you? Did you stream today, Muffin? Or are you still on a hiatus? Small clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, the feeling of the familiar hum of energy hangs in the air. The ground here is soft and mossy, and there's a fragrance of damp leaves and rich soil filling my nose. That's such a great... Oh my god. I love that smell. It's so nice. I'm still on whatever that is. I'm fine. It just means that you're just, like, taking a break. Because you haven't streamed in, like, 5 days. Smell of fresh cut wood? Oh my god. And, like that... fresh rain smell, to die for. I used to work at a mill. I love the smell of wood. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The ground here is soft and mossy, and there's a fragrance of damp leaves and rich soil filling my nose. Tranquil Lake lies at the heart of the clearing, its surface smooth and reflective, mirroring the sky above. I pause at the water's edge, absorbing the serene beauty, and close my eyes, seeking the calm before the storm, letting the gentle lapping of the water against the shore soothe it to a rest. I take deep breaths, filling my lungs with the scent of the forest, grounding myself. My mind drifts back to when I first started practicing my magic alone in the clearing 4 years ago. Back then, my attempts were wild and uncontrolled, resulting in chaotic bursts that scared me more than anything else. I can still feel the tingle of raw magic on my skin, the way it buzzed and crackled like static, unpredictable and dangerous. There were days when I could barely summon a wisp of shadow without fizzling out. There were also moments of triumph, small victories that felt monumental. I remember the first time I managed to form a complete tendril. How it felt like I was finally tapping into the power that was rightfully mine. The sensation was exhilarating, the tendril wrapped around my fingers with a silky smoothness. The shadow against my skin for the first time is something I'll never forget. A cool, almost liquid sensation that sent shivers down my spine, but those moments were fleeting. Each success brought a sense of accomplishment, a brief respite from the constant doubt and fear. But with each failure, the air around me seemed to grow heavier, and sometimes the forest's comforting sounds morphed into a chorus of whispers that questioned my every move. Even now, despite the years of practice, my control feels tenuous at best. I haven't streamed in a week. My channel says I haven't streamed in 17 days. I don't know why. Damn, Muffin! I didn't know you take that long off. Are you sure it's only been a week and it hasn't been 17 days? It's been a long time since you streamed, Muffin, I feel like. You're just losing touch with time? Each success is hard won, each failure a reminder of how much further I have to go. But I've learned more patience to push through the frustration and keep getting. The date of the last stream last week. Huh, interesting. Interesting. They're trying to subvert you, Muffin. They don't want you to get that success that you're owed. Each success is hard to push further and try again. Progress may be slow, but it's there, hidden in the accumulation of tiny, almost imperceptible improvements. The forest has witnessed my struggles and my growth, its ancient trees standing as silent sentinels to my journey. The wind blows, and I get the scent of pine and moss, a comforting reminder that this place, at least, remains unchanged. Opening my eyes, now solid black, I feel the energy of the shadow humming from my center. I extend my arms, feeling the shadowy tendrils of my power flow down them. They flicker and dance around my fingers, like liquid smoke weaving through the air. The sensation is both cool and warm, like a gentle breeze and a comforting touch at the same time. The shadow caresses my skin, a light, tickling sensation like the touch of spider silk. Delicate yet persistent. One of the tendrils snaps back, and a burst of energy erupts from my hand, sending me stumbling backwards. I catch myself, my breath shaky. Calm down, Yvain. You can do this, I remind myself, pushing back the creeping doubts. Take a step forward, steadying myself. This time I focus on a single tendril instead of many. Slowly, carefully, I draw it out, extending my arms. The shadow wavers and flickers around my fingers, but I manage to keep it stable. It feels like a living entity, pulsing with a rhythm, like its heartbeat is matching my own. Small smile tugs at my lips. This could be progress. I extend the tendrils further, guiding it across the forest ground towards a nearby branch. The shadowy form obeys, finding it and curling around the wood like a living vine. I can feel the rough bark under the shadow's silky touch. I try to lift the branch, but the shadow slips from my grasp and dissipates like wisps of smoke. My smile fades, replaced by a frown. Stay calm, I whisper to myself, taking in deep breaths, one after another. Just focus. Hours pass. The sun rising higher in the sky. The start of activity from the estate can be faintly heard now. A reminder of the world beyond this clearing. I've been trying to lift the branch, small rocks, and perform a simple exercise, weaving the shadow into small shapes and patterns. Each attempt feels like a battle. The shadow's resisting my control, and the toll on my energy is starting to show. I take small breaks here and there to keep myself from getting too worked up and avoid exhausting myself too quickly. I try to form a simple circle, but the tendrils waver and fade away before I can fully create it. Come on, you've got this, I murmur, but the words feel hollow. What if I'm not meant to control this magic? What if I'm just going to fail my family's legacy? Thought stings, but I push it away, wanting to prove it wrong myself. By mid-morning, the sun is higher, bathing the forest in warm light. I'm sitting on a nearby rock, my muscles aching and sweat dripping down my forehead. The strain of maintaining the shadowy forms is evident, but I refuse to give up. I should try to make a ball of light, I think to myself. It's something I've done before. A simple spell learned from a book, funny enough, so I could read my books in bed at night. I extend my arm, hand facing up. I focus on the light. The air around me feels charged, a slight tingling sensation dancing across my skin. I can hear the distant rustling of leaves, the whispering of the wind through the trees, and a lapping of water cutting through it all. The forest holds its breath, waiting. The light flickers to life, a small warm glow that radiates gentle heat against my palm. The warmth spreads through my hand, comforting and familiar, like holding a candle on a cold night. I push more energy into it, feeling it stabilize, the glow becoming steadier and brighter. Doubt begins to creep in as the light flickers uncertainly, and I can't stop the thought of how inconsistent my magic has been, how often I've lost control. What if this time is no different? The light starts to waver, mirroring my growing unease. My heartbeat picks up, and the fear of having an outburst starts to grow. I can't shake the feeling of how many times I've disappointed myself, how many times I've fallen short. What if I'm not cut out for this? The thought pierces through my concentration, and the light flickers more violently. Then the weight of the risk of shattering my soul across the stars crashes down on me. A ball of fire erupts from my hand, as if in response, setting leaves ablaze. The flames are not normal. They're blue with purple tips, with what looks like thousands of stars twinkling in a galaxy. The heat from the fire is intense compared to the cool shadows I've been manipulating. For a moment, I'm mesmerized by its beauty. I've never seen fire like this before. Its ethereal glow almost distracting me from the danger. The smell of burning leaves and the acrid scent of smoke fill the air. The crackling flames growing loud, a reminder of the chaos I just unleashed. Ads! Why we got ads, Dad? Ads keep us going, son. But I don't like ads, Dad. Son, one day when you grow up, you'll understand how important ads are. But I never listen to the ads, Dad. How important are the ads if I don't listen to the ads? Oh, I'll tell you here, if you don't listen to no ads, then you ain't part of this society. How you going to learn anything if you don't listen to the ads? That's how we get them dirt smart. We watch them ads. They tell us what's right and what's wrong. Damn right, no son of mine gonna grow up without no ads. He ain't gonna miss out on his schooling. He gonna get them their IQ up. That IQ up. Super high. He gonna bring us into money. And we don't have to worry about it no more. We set. All I gotta do is teach the boy how to be. And that's how my dad started pedigree. Panic grips me, snapping me back to reality. I turn quickly towards the path, my sudden movement causing another fireball to shoot out, igniting a bush. I quickly pull my hand back, clinching it into a fist, pressing it against my chest. The fire roars, consuming the dry leaves and twigs with alarming speed. My heart is racing faster as I watch the flames spread, their galaxy-like appearance both mesmerizing and terrifying. The fire feeds off my fear, growing larger and more intense with each passing second. No, 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 this can't be happening! I yell, trying to steady my breathing, forcing myself to focus. I need to get out of the fire. I need to get the fire out. If I could just get a bucket, I could use the water for the lake. I extend my hand, concentrating on conjuring one. Feel the warmth of my energy go down my arm. And then there, in a flash of light, an old boot appears at my feet. The fire edges closer, licking at the leaves and grass, the heat becoming unbearable. Smoke intensifies, steam my eyes, making my throat burn. I kick at the boot and take a few steps towards the lake, coughing to get away from the smoke. I try again, and a broken chair leg materializes in my hand. I throw it into the fire. cracks and pops from burning up. The heat is getting intense, the crackling of the fire growing louder and the air thick with smoke making it hard to breathe. The light from the flames casts eerie, flickering shadows on the ground, turning a peaceful clearing into a chaotic inferno. I can feel the sweat pouring down my face, mixing with the tears now falling from my eyes. The fire spreading rapidly, devouring everything in its path. Stay calm, you have to stay calm, I whisper, my hands shaking as I make one more desperate attempt. Nothing. No bucket. No help. The flames are closing in, hungry and relentless. I glance around and realize I'm trapped. The path back is blocked by flames, and I'm too far from the estate for anyone to hear me if I scream for help. The crackling of the fire is getting deafening, and the heat so intense that it feels like my skin is being seared. Why did I think I could handle this? I should have gone for help. I should have gotten someone that can actually do something, but now it's too late. I'm out of options. I turn to the lake, my last hope. Maybe I can swim to the other shore and get help. I turn and look back at the flames, the fire spreading quickly. I run to the edge of the lake and stare out at the water, my mind racing. I can't remember what ancient creatures live in there, or if there were just stories Theo and Cage like to tell me to scare me. The uncertainty gnaws at me, but the encroaching fire leaves me no choice. The flames are so close now that I can feel the heat scorching my skin, and I hold back a scream. As I'm about to dive into the lake, a familiar voice cuts through. Yvain, what have you done? Willow's voice, filled with a mix of shock and concern, pulls me back from the edge. I turn to see her standing there, her presence a beacon of hope amidst the inferno. Her long, golden blonde hair flows in loose waves down her back, catching flickering light in the flames and reflecting an array of golden hues. Her sky-blue eyes, filled with concern, lock onto mine. I didn't mean for this to happen, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. The heat so intense, making it hard to think, to breathe, and my skin feels like it's being pricked by 1,000 tiny needles. How cliche is it to have a villain who wants to steal someone's body to swap souls with them? I mean, it's cliche, Dreamy Bloody, but, like, it can be done really, really well. Like, it depends on the circumstances and the method by which, right? I think that's just what makes the story interesting. So I think starting with the cliche of that is actually, like, a good way to go. Just turn that into your own personal story, right? And then that way you can get away from the cliche, but it can still be a connection that readers have. Because remember, cliches are strong. They're there for a reason. Use them, just make them your own. You know, that way it's not an original cliche, it's an original cliche. You could even swap it around where it's like the villain is actually the hero and he wants to steal bodies and do something like along the lines of, I'm just thinking, like, this just came into my head because it's an example of it, but in a different way. Like the Man in the Iron Mask, but, you know, it's not like a twin or something like that locked up somewhere, but it's like, you know, the good side or the bad side, and he's like, oh, if I could only conjure this power that only my family has, I could take over the king and be a good person. And then he does, and then he turns into a piece of shit. It's like, there's so much to work with something like that, Dreamy Bloody, that I think as long as you have your own personalized story, and the top of the twin brothers, something like that, Dreamy Bloody. But you don't have to necessarily go down that route. You could have it as a personality trait. You could have it as someone trying to take someone else over, right? But it could be like the best of intentions, but it's like, oh, I have to sacrifice my family and my village for this dark ritual in order to do it. And then it's like doing that turns him into a horrible person that by the time he becomes the king, he's already a horrible person. And it's like the whole failure of the entirety of what he's trying to do. Like, that's just the story that's unraveling in my mind right now. Willow doesn't respond. Instead, she raises her hands, and I watch in awe as she begins to manipulate the air around us. Her fingers move in intricate patterns, drawing upon the natural elements. A shimmering blue light envelops her hands, but it is the wind that responds to her call. As she lifts her arms, the air around us shifts and swirls, gathering strength and forming a protective barrier. It begins to cool rapidly. The refreshing chill wrapped around me like a blanket. My skin tingles as the cool air brushes against it, soothing the burn and easing the discomfort. The wind, Will commands, rush through the clearing, whipping around the flames and smothering them. The fire seems to fight back, flaring up in defiance, but her control over the air is unwavering. The wind roars, creating a vortex that chokes the flames, depriving them of the air they need to burn. The crackling of the fire quiets, replaced by a soft hiss as the flames are extinguished. She keeps pushing wind through the clearing, replacing the acrid smell of burning vegetation with the scent of the earthly forest. Willow turns to me and starts walking over. A sudden feeling of disappointment washes over, panging an ache in my chest, and I struggle to find the words to say something to her. I was trying to practice, to get better, but it all went wrong, I say, my voice trembling. She stops in front of me, her blue eyes softening, her wings, delicate and intricate, are more apparent this close, resembling those of a dragonfly with patterns of iridescent blues and greens that sparkle in the light. Why didn't you go and get help? I didn't want to worry anyone more than they already are, I say, fumbling with my fingers. I can't control it. My shadow keeps coming out and I keep making things fly around, almost hitting people. I'm fucking scared, Lo. Willow steps closer, her gaze steady and comforting. Sweet little Evie, you're strong, stronger than you're letting on, but strength alone isn't enough if you don't have the guidance to control it. Her tone is gentle, almost soothing, as if she's speaking to a child who's made a small mistake. And that's why I'm here to help you. But you're never here when I need you, the words spell out before I can stop them. You promised you'd help me after my parents were killed. You said we'd always be together. Willow's expression remained calm, though there's a flicker of something in her eyes that I can't quite read. I did promise, and I haven't forgotten. But Yvain, you have to understand, I have responsibilities too. Ulawiria is under attack. I can't ignore that. So that's why you've been gone? The king keeps attacking Vulwaria? Partly, she says, brushing a strand of hair behind her ears. With magic fading, the wards around the court are failing. I've been trying to restore them. I take a few steps from the lake, messing with my fingers as I pace slowly, and Theo and Cage haven't mentioned anything about wards failing. They've talked about the king's increased aggression, but nothing about the Fae court. My brows furrowed as Willow continues. But we haven't been very successful. The king hit a village in Vulwaria last night, she says quietly. I stop pacing and my eyes go out. I honestly haven't said that name in a while. I have forgotten how to say it. True. I love that. We'll just call it Valeria. I have no idea. And just like Rira, so it's like Vul, Ooh, Wira. Vluira. I like the name though. It's daunting. I like daunting names. I can pack my things and tell the twins we can. Willow puts her hand up, cupping my cheek, giving me a polite smile. Thank you, Evie. But there are no survivors. The king attacked the village in the middle of the night. No one was able to get a warning out to get help sent. My eyes burned from the tears forming. I'm so sorry, Lo. If there is anything I can do to help, my voice wobbly now. No, thank you for offering. We have plenty of people helping to clean everything up. That does mean I can't stay long. Heat ignites in my center. So you promised to train me, but only show me one thing. Then you leave for months constantly, I say tightly, stepping back from her hold. When I do get to see you, it's for a day, maybe. I get full powers tomorrow, Lo. You know that, right? I can feel the heat rising more, my heart beating faster. I take a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady myself as I exhale. Small, glowing stars float out from my hands and around us. My heart races more, causing the stars to dart around like fireflies, colliding and creating little bursts of light. Willow looks around at the stars. There's a brief flicker of what looks like amazement, but quickly replaced by concern. I'm sorry, my little Evie, she says, taking a step towards me and takes my hand. I don't pull away, but I really do need you to go back and take care for my people. You know it's what I must do. However, I made a promise to you, and I need to honor one of them. I'll arrange for someone to come, a teacher who can help you control your shadow. I don't want someone else, I want you! Willow smiles, warm and reassuring, as she places a hand on my cheek. I know, but this teacher is the best there is. He'll be here in a few days, trust me, Yvain. You'll be in good hands until I come back. I turn away, my thoughts racing. The idea of someone else training me, someone I don't know, don't trust, feels like a fucking joke. I need Willow, not some stranger. How can she expect me to learn from... I love the use of swearing in this. It's so minute, but it's so powerful. Because you can tell how fucking frustrated they are. I love it. I need Willow, not some stranger. How can she expect me to learn from... How can she expect me to learn from someone who doesn't understand me? Who doesn't know what I've been through? She was there when my father got his powers, and she would help him practice. She knows what needs to be done. I trust her, and I need her. I turned back to voice my opinion, but Willow was already gone. Fuck! Shimmer of golden light lingers where she stood, like dust caught in a sunbeam. It flickers and fades, leaving behind nothing but empty air. The gentle scent of wildflowers, her signature fragrance, hangs briefly in the air before dissipating entirely. The forest is eerily silent, the aftermath of the chaos hanging in the air. The once luscious green clearing is now marred by wide swaths of charred earth and smoldering remains. Blackened trees stand as grim sentinels, their branches twisted and scorched. The ground is littered with ash, the remnants of leaves, underbrush, and anything that got in its path. The acrid smell of smoke starting to fill the air again, mingling with the fresh scent of the lake. I stand there, feeling more alone than ever. Willow always leaves so quickly, like that, never saying goodbye anymore, just leaving me with the uncertainty of this unknown teacher weighing heavy on my mind. Now, how the hell am I supposed to trust them? How can I trust anyone when the one person I've always relied on keeps leaving me behind? Comforting aroma of freshly cooked food fills the air as I sit at the large mahogany table in the private dining room. The east wing of the estate, my sanctuary, is a place I rarely leave. The memories that haunt the rest of the estate are less potent here, and I like the privacy it offers. The dining room is bathed in warm golden light streaming through the tall, arched windows that stretch from floor to ceiling, casting a serene glow over the detailed carvings of vines and leaves along the table's edge. Theo stands in the kitchen, visible through the open archway, concentrating on the meal. The sound of clattering pots and the sizzle of the food being cooked drifts into the room. As he moves, the warm light catches the intricate tattoos that trace his hands and arms, markings he got at birth. They have evolved over the years, telling the story of his growth and experience, marking him as both warrior and protector. Despite his serious demeanor while cooking, there's a gentleness in his movements. Cage sits across from me, his imposing frame relaxed in the high-backed chair, upholstered in rich dark green velvet designed to comfortably accommodate the Assyrian wings. His deep brown eyes gleam with mischief, the light catching the jet black hair that falls on his shoulders. Despite the scars and tattoos that cover him, there's an air of playfulness about him, especially when he grins. Tristan leans back in his chair, a playful smirk on his face as he banters with Cage, and he looks at me and gives me a smile. I smile back, appreciating their company. Theo brings over a platter of roasted chicken, its skin crispy and golden brown, the aroma making my mouth water. Floating behind is a bowl of creamy mashed potatoes, whipped for perfection, and garnished with fresh chives, followed by a dish of glazed carrots, their bright orange color contrasting with the drizzle of honey. He places it all in the center of the table under a grand chandelier that catches the light, casting shimmering patterns on the deep green walls and ceiling. Alright, everyone, dig in before Cage starts gnawing on the furniture, Theo says as he takes his seat beside me. I laugh softly. Thanks, Theo. Looks amazing. Maybe next time I could handle the cooking, show you all a little of how it's really done, Cage says, reaching for the chicken. Tristan laughs. It's a terrifying thought, he says, shaking his head. Theo snorts. Keep your pyromaniac ass out of my kitchen. That was one time, Cage retorts, not the least bit apologetic. To be fair, the fire wasn't entirely my fault. Tristan distracted me. Tristan's eyes flicker with amusement. I wasn't the one who thought it was a good idea to test the limits of Theo's stove by cranking it to max heat. Cage shrugs unfazed. Details, details. You didn't stop me, so you're just as guilty. We all laugh, the sound blending with the crackling of the fireplace. The room fills with warmth, punctuated by the occasional clink of glass and silverware as we begin to eat. After a few moments, Theo turns and looks at me curiously. You were up early today. Where'd you sneak off to? I was out training with Willow this morning. Glancing up at Tristan, a small practice smile on my lips. Tristan meets my eyes, his eyebrows lifting just slightly, as if to say, I knew you weren't completely honest with me. A faint smile follows, and I know he won't press the issue. He never does. Cage pauses mid-bite. How's training on the shadow barrier coming? Any luck keeping it stable? I take a deep breath, choosing my word carefully. This morning was rough. Keeping the barrier stable is tougher than I expected. It keeps flickering, especially when I push it too far. I offer a small smile. But I'm making progress, just need more time. I look at Theo, hoping to change the subject away from my training. So when did you two get in? It feels like it's been forever since I've seen either of you around. Late last night. Cage arrived a bit later, though. He was probably causing trouble as usual. He laughs, nudging my shoulder. Cage's wings rustle behind him, a smirk spreading across his face as he crosses his arms. Trouble? Me? I was just doing my part. Those young warriors need some real guidance. I smile and look down at my food, poking it with my fork, feeling the nod of the routine question pressing on me. I don't really want to ask, but I need to know. So how long this time? There's a pause of silence where Theo quickly answers. Only a few days. His hand tightened slightly around his fork. Then it's off to the warrior camp. You know the drill. The drill. The words echo in my head. It's become a routine. One I've never gotten used to. Home one moment and gone the next. Their duties pulling them away from the front line to gather secrets and fight battles I can't yet be a part of. He placed a hand on my arm. We'll be back before you know it, he squeezes before letting go. I've heard those words before, and I know they mean them, but every time they leave, the silence grows a little heavier. The empty moment's a little longer. The realm is teetering on the edge, and they're out there trying to keep it from falling apart. I get it, I do, but that doesn't stop the loneliness from creeping in when they're gone. Cage breaks the silence, a glint of something familiar in his eyes. So, how about we get a few sparring rounds in? Can't have you getting rusty on me, right? It's an offer I can't refuse, even if part of me wants to. Sparring with Cage has always been our thing. And this way, in his way of making sure I can handle myself, even when he can't be here to watch my back. I smile and give it a small nod. Everyone continues eating. The quiet clinking of cutlery against plates fills the room, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The silence stretches on until Tristan glances at Theo, hesitation in his eyes. Theo, have you heard anything this morning? His tone is careful, as if bracing for the worst. Theo and Cage exchange glances where Theo says, I got some reports this morning, but maybe we shouldn't discuss it over lunch. It's not pleasant. His tone is measured, as if trying to shield me from the worst of it. I let out a sigh. They always find a way to bring up business. It's never just a normal meal anymore. I place my fork down, the air growing heavier. Tell us. Cage's jaw tightens, his wings rustling slightly. That fucking bastard never knows when to quit, he mutters. Theo sighs, his gaze going distant. My shadow messenger brought word this morning. He begins straying. Athel's men around found another village where Assyrians were hiding. Theo's usual calm facade cracks. His voice thick with a mix of rage and grief. I think that's meant to say thick. His voice thick. His voice thick with a mix of rage and grief. They butchered everyone, men, women, children, cut off their wings and nailed them to trees around the village, then burned everything to the ground. His voice lowers. The village was remote, barely on the map. Athel's men took their time, ensuring every last one of them suffered. The warning came too late for us to do anything. There was nothing left but ashes and mutilated bodies when the scouts arrived. His words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating, the horror of the event settling over us like a dark cloud. For Theo and Cage, this isn't just another report. These were their people, their kin. Athel keeps doing this again and again, slaughtering their people in the cruelest way imaginable. My heart clenches, sorrow and rage boiling inside me. Athel's been hunting down Assyrians for years, trying to erase them. He despises their wings, their culture, their way, their very existence. Anything that sets them apart. To him, they're a threat, especially those gifted by the Father of Shadows. His hatred has led to countless deaths and suffering, leaving scars that may never heal. How many more times will they have to endure this? How many more lives lost, wings torn from their bodies before it ends? I glance at Theo and Cage, feeling the weight of their pain. They've seen their people destroyed piece by piece, and it's a miracle they can still stand. How they keep going, knowing that every day could bring another massacre. What are our next steps? I ask. cage, leans back, his wings stretching slightly before settling. A fierce glint sparks in his eyes as he speaks, his voice confident and unyielding. We double down on our training, strengthen our defenses. Athel thinks he's got the upper hand, but we'll be ready when the time comes to remind him exactly who he's dealing with. Tristan nods. And those new fortifications? Their voices fade into the background, distant and muted, as they continue to discuss updates and strategies. I push the food around my plate, but it might as well be the ash in my mouth. I can't taste a thing. I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good one. Fuck you. Love you. Love you, Muffin. Have a good night. Fuck you, buddy. Take care. I can't taste a thing. Eventually, their plates empty, and the lively chatter has shifted to lighter movements. Shared memories, teasing jabs, the kind of talk that flows naturally after years spent fighting side by side. Theo leans back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. We should probably wrap this up, he says, waving his hand in the air. The leftover food and dishes begin to levitate, floating gracefully into the kitchen. The estate's enchantment takes over, and the items start to clean themselves, shimmering with a faint magical glow. I sigh, feeling the weight of the day's responsibilities settling back onto my shoulders. You're right. I'll go check on the preparations. I stand up, the chair scraping lightly against the floor. I take a moment to look at them all, appreciating these shared moments. Even admits... Jesus Christ. I'm dying here, guys. I take a moment to look at them all, appreciating these shared moments. Even amidst the chaos. I think this is supposed to be amid... How do you spell amidst? Is that it and I'm just retarded? I don't know how to spell. Admits. I don't know, I'm probably retarded. I don't know either. I'm pretty sure even amidst. So it's supposed to be like amidst. Even amidst the chaos. That's what I think it is. Even amidst the chaos, they are a rare comfort. It reminds me that I'm not always alone in this struggle. That we are facing it together, just differently. And that's like the power of like reading out loud. Because you have to actually emphasize each word, and you're actually looking at each word, as opposed to like reading in your head. You tend to just like zone out and skip over stuff. But it's very helpful to just read things out loud. I make my way through the estate towards the courtyard, where the preparations are in full swing. Tristan, not far behind. The usual serene atmosphere is replaced with a flurry of movements and chatter as everyone gets everything ready for the celebration. The scent of fresh flowers and autumn leaves fills the air, mingling with the sounds of laughter and bustling activity. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the tasks ahead. The courtyard buzzes with activity, filled with voices calling out instructions, and the clinking of metal as decorations are assembled. The vast open space is surrounded by intricate short stone walls, with pathways crisscrossing through well-maintained gardens leading to various parts of the estate. Autumn hues blanket the courtyard, leaves in shades of red, orange, and gold cover the ground, crunching beneath my feet with each step. Large fountains, their waters sparkling in the sunlight, create a soothing background murmur. A grand bonfire pit stands ready on one side, its stones carefully arranged and waiting for the flames that will bring warmth to the evening tomorrow. The scent of freshly baked bread and spiced meats wafts from the distant kitchens, mingling with the earthly aroma of fallen leaves. Tables, though currently bare, stand poised to be transformed into festive display, awaiting the touch of linens and weight of the feasts that will come. I pause, noticing the Assyrians' rich cultural heritage mixing in the preparations. Their mastery of dark magic and unmatched strength have made them invaluable allies. My father, before his untimely death, brought the remaining Assyrian survivors here, offering them sanctuary. They built their own city here, Starlith, a place they can rebuild their lives and live in peace. Traditional Assyrian music reaches my ears. A group of musicians, dressed in vibrant attire, practices their tune to the rhythm of drums and the melody of the flutes, creating a lively atmosphere. The music weaves through the air, a gentle caress that momentarily eases the tension gripping my muscles. Nearby dancers move in fluid harmony, their steps like a well-choreographed ballad of shadows and light. Their vibrant costumes flow around them like streams of color. Each movement a brushstroke on the canvas of the courtyard. They whirl and leap, the fabric of their clothes catching the light, creating mesmerizing display of grace and rhythm. Their joy and dedication soothe the unease shimmering beneath my skin, a constant thrum that matches the beat of the drums. As I watch, their synchronized movements remind me of the balance I must find within myself. Tomorrow I will gain my full shadow powers. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. I turn and walk away, the dancer's fluidity becoming a taunt, a reminder of the control I so desperately need. Continuing through the courtyard, I spot Eli standing on a ladder, adjusting some flickering magic lights. His dark wings are folded tightly against his back, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Eli!" I call out, walking over to him. "How are the preparations going?" He glances down, his expression lightening at the sight of me. "Ah, there you are, Your Highness," he says, his voice carrying a slight accent that adds warmth to his words. He descends the ladder with ease. "Glad you're here. These lights are being a bit stubborn." I follow Eli to where a cluster of magical lights near the center of the courtyard are flickering. There are 5 floating orbs of soft, warm light designed to hover above the main festivities and cast a gentle glow over the area. "These here lights," Eli says, pointing to the flickering orb, "they're giving me a hard time, flickering like they've got a mind of their own. I'm worried they won't last through the night." I step close, examining the lights and frown, not entirely sure what I can do to help. "Can't you just use your magic to fix them?" Eli shakes his head, a rueful smile tugging at his lips. "I wish I could, but these lights run on enchanted crystals with runes, you see. My power ain't strong enough to recalibrate them proper." I hesitate, my heart beating faster. "Fucking ads! I'll kill them ads! Fuck yeah! We're going for ad land, guys! When this is over, ads are gonna be dead!" "I've returned from the ad war. Ads are now dead. And in order to promote my new reign, we shall send advertisements across the nation telling people, and they must mandatorily listen and watch my inauguration. Yeah. Fuck, ads are bad, but you know what? Not ads aren't bad when they're your ads. Ads didn't even 24 hours to prepare. Well, damn, get 24 hours to prepare. You know what they say, use the dirtiest tactics to win. And then rewrite history to make it look like you didn't use them. History 101. Pushed out the order 1 second later. All ads are dead. It's like, damn, that was really easy to kill all the ads. Oh, don't worry, guys. I have a massive AoE. It hits everything. Oh my god. Lips are fucking dry as shit. I hesitate, my heart beating faster. My magic has been so unpredictable lately, I don't think this would be a good idea. "Are you sure you can't do it, or someone else?" I ask, trying to mask my worry. Eli's expression softens, and he gives me a nod of encouragement. "I'd fix it myself if I could, but these crystals, they need shadow magic. It's your specialty, ain't it?" Taking a deep breath, I say, "Alright, I'll give it a try." Oh god, here we go! My heart is racing faster, pounding in my ear with each breath. Take a deep breath and reach for my shadow, feeling the energy surge through me as I attempt to rebalance the crystal. I swallow hard. The memory of losing control today flashes in my mind, and my chest tightens. Deep breaths. Yvain, you can do this, I say to myself, forcing my hands to stop trembling. The crystals respond to my magic, the runes glowing softly as the light stabilize. The flicker ceases and the orb shines steadily once more. A small, unexpected rush runs through me. There, that should do it, I say, my voice steady, the remnants of my panic uncoiling inside me. Eli's shoulders relax, and his frown ease. Well done, Your Majesty, I nod with a smile, trying not to scrunch my face in disgust at the name. They wouldn't be calling me that if they really knew the truth. That their so-called queen has been lying to them, and... I take deep breaths, stopping the thought. I straighten my shoulders, continuing my walk through the courtyard, checking on preparations, making sure things aren't missing or broken. My gaze lands on a group of Assyrian youths gathered under a large oak tree. They are busy painting intricate designs on each other's wings, the bright colors standing out against the dark, leathery surface. I smile. The sight brings back memories of when Theo and Cage went through the same ceremony. Theo and Cage had stood side by side, carefully applying the natural dyes made from rare plants and minerals. The symbols of strength and protection bloomed on their wings, marking the transition into warriors. That is the only time I've seen them so happy. Those kinds of smiles are rare these days. Approaching the edge of the courtyard, I spot Raynor, a general in my guard, speaking with a few of the others. His tall, muscular frame is unmistakable, and his dark hair is tied back, revealing a stern but handsome face. He's not much older than me, and in another life I would try to get him in my bed, but I haven't had that kind of desire in a while. I shut the thought out and walk over, catching his attention. Raynor, I greet him. How are things looking? He straightens up, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Busy, but under control, I nod, glancing around. Good to hear. Anything I should know about? He shrugs slightly, a glint of humor in his eyes. Security's tight. I got nothing to decorate if that's what you're asking. I chuckle softly. Glad to hear it. Seriously, though, any updates? His smile fades. We've reinforced the perimeters. There's been more movement near the borders of Unova. It could be Athel's men, but we're not sure yet. Chill runs down my spine at the mention of Athel. Kind of movement. Camps appearing and disappearing. Not a lot of signs of anyone. Could just be travelers. And the protective ward, I ask, trying to keep my voice steady from the shaking starting to spread in my chest. My heart starting to race. Raynor's expression tightens. It's holding, but we've seen some minor fluctuations. Nothing too concerning. What kind of fluctuations? Slight drop in energy levels in certain areas. The tension in my shoulders eases just a bit. Make sure to alert me if anything changes. We can't take any risks, especially not now. Tristan approaches, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a serious expression. Before Raynor turns to him, he replies firmly, Of course, Your Highness. Tristan says something to him, low, in an urgent tone, and then walk away together. My mind races. Could it be Athel's men moving around near the border? Is he planning on attacking during the celebration tomorrow? The thought sends a chill through my mind, and my heartbeat picks up. I force myself to take a deep breath, my mind clinging to the protective ward surrounding Unova. It was created by my father, designed to keep out any who would harm us. Its power is held strong for years, a barrier that Athel has never been able to breach. But the fluctuation Raynor mentioned gnaw at me. What if they're a sign of something more sinister? The rest of the day passes in a blur as I move from one task to the next, helping with the final preparations for tomorrow's celebration. The courtyard bustles with activity, and I find myself lending a hand wherever needed, my mind occupied but never truly at ease. A growing unease hits heavy in my chest, the thought of tomorrow looming like a storm on the horizon. By the time evening falls, the estate is nearly ready, and I retreat to the quiet of my room. I picked up my favorite book, hoping to lose myself in its familiar pages, but the words swim before my eyes, refusing to settle. My mind keeps drifting back to the shadow powers I'll gain tomorrow, the uncertainty of it all, making it impossible to concentrate. With a sigh, I set the book aside and lie down in bed, staring out the window at the stars now twinkling in the night sky. Tomorrow, everything changes. The thought echoes in my mind as I drift off to sleep, both thrilling and terrifying, but I must face them head on. I have no other choice. Damn! Like, the anticipation for, like, what's to come is, like, so fucking powerful. Bum bum bum! True, it's just, like, it's built up so well that I'm like, is this just her imaginings? Like, I'm anticipating this actually happening, but then I'm like, well, everything should start to fall apart now, right? My mind's just going in like 12 different directions of where the story could go. I love just different imaginings. How do you like finding out chapter 1 was a dream? Well, it's important because it kind of tells you the backstory of the character and the state of mind that they're in. That they're still clinging to the past. And this is a problem that they haven't been able to get over. And I'm guessing this is going to be the main, like, journey of the character, is trying to be able to have this letting go of the past and moving on and not having themselves, like, their identity basically connected to this one event, and that's the event that forged them into who they are, but allowing everything else to shape them into someone new. Yeah. Sick. I fucking love it. Oh. But unfortunately, we have kind of, guys, we've kind of overstayed a bit, but I had to get through those. I just have to work early, but it's my last day. So, God. Oh, it's my last day. I've been loving your reactions. I love the story. That's all I can say. So, I'm glad. I'm glad, Clean. That's good. That's what I like about this, is like the interaction. It's like, you know, a back and forth, and you can have like third party and like people coming in and saying like, oh, I don't understand this or anything like that, right? So, I think it's really cool. So that's like, you know, I look at, okay, what was the writing category? What are people doing in the writing category? And I'm like, oh, well, there's this something that I could be doing in the writing category. And it's like, that's just add it to the list of things that, like, I like to do, right? Like, normally we'd be doing the tips from Book Fox. We're almost out of Book Fox, but it's just any kind of react. We've just been doing Book Fox because he's amazing. Holy fuck. And then, you know, doing some sort of commentary on a social idea or event or something like that, and then reading people's stories, playing a video game here or there, writing, because we still have to write the banquet. We structured everything yesterday, so we've kind of got it like where we have using the character responses with each scene, the goal, the tactic, the obstacle, and the expectation, and then these kind of the gaps. So it's like, the goal was, the Tiger writes, yo, how's it going, bro? How are you? It's been a while, brother. Have you written anything since the time? Or how have you been, good sir? Have you been reading more? Who knows? You know? World building? World crafting, story drafting, all of the good stuff. Well, yeah, it has been. Many of my mornings have been busy. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I took 2 months off work. Tomorrow's my last day, and I've September and October off to like work on writing and everything. Kind of restructure and, you know, get my shit back together, because I've been like running on fumes for like 2.5, 3 months now. So I just kind of need to restructure everything in my life so I can actually fucking sleep and not be fucking 22-hour days consistently. Falling asleep at work, falling asleep on stream. Like, fucking, dear God, help me. But, you know, you can go for a certain period of time, and then you just kind of collapse. So I'm ready at the point of collapse. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm taking 2 months off. Because I'm not going to stop streaming. Fuck that. I'll take time off work. I'll stop streaming. Omar can suck my dick! And yeah, I've been writing roughly 3 chapters a week for Mind Your Step and 3 a week for the Technician's Fight. Nice! And Queen, this short story that I'm writing is about a ritualistic succession Co-Whittles! Welcome, welcome! How's it going? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas, creativity, and imagination? Do you enjoy exploring the world of words? Yeah, I know. Time flies, guys. I really, like, I hate this. I'm like, okay, guys, we've really got to end the stream, and then 2 people pop into the stream, and I'm like, I don't want to end the stream, but I gotta end the stream. I gotta go to bed. It's my last day. I gotta get at least like 3 hours of sleep. It's already 5 o'clock. I gotta do the pro stream shit. I gotta eat and stuff. So I really appreciate you guys popping in and stuff, but we will be back again tomorrow at the same time because every day we stream no matter what. But the idea of this is, so the idea of the story is a ritual of a tribe where they have this thing called the Great Spirit, where it's the accumulation of all of their previous chiefs, and you have to prove that you're a worthy chief, that the people are above you by basically enduring your body being completely cut apart, and then cooked, and then fed to you, and then you die, and then everyone eats your body, and they gain a piece of your spirit, and it multiplies your spirit, and everyone is elevated to the level of the chieftain, and then the next chieftain must be worthy, and this is their rights of succession for how they dictate their society. And the trope of the story is I wake up inside of the story of this tribe that I've created, and they basically think of me as the Great Spirit, and I have to endure this ritual. And it's kind of like a proxy on the idea of why do we write the stories that we write? Why do we create the things that we create? And do we hold ourselves accountable to the things that we do create? Or do we just create them out of nilly-williness, right? And I think the more, like, foundational, structured way of creating it creates a more rounded, more developed, more real identity. And that's kind of what I try to play off of, is how many of these concepts can I kind of cram together to make, like, basically an infinite set of, like, subtext inside of the story. About, like, be careful about what you wish for, it may come true with, like, lucid dreaming. And then it's like, you know, treat your creations and try to master your creations before they master you, in the way of, like, don't feel guilty for the creations that you make, as long as you're being true to those creations, right? Like, you have to do horrible and terrible things to your characters, but you have to make sure that the reason that you do those horrible and terrible things to your characters has purpose in their lives, right? And makes them better people. It's not just a willy-nilly, oh, I had this traumatic thing happen to me, feel sorry for me, right? And just, like, a way of getting the reader to sympathize for the character without actually really building a character. Because I find that's what a lot of people do, is just try to shove this background story that makes the reader sympathize in, like, a heavy way that, oh man, this is the worst possible thing that could have ever happened, but it never really is. Did you say short story? Yes, it's a short story. I generally write short stories, and I'm working on a main novel, Final Fantasy inspired novel, but I'm using short stories as a means to develop my writing skills. That's a lot to fit in a short story.
Coalition 1 is now
Exactly. That's why we have the entire structure of it. So we have like 11 scenes, right? So we use this structure to basically create it. And we've already written like 1,000, but you know, depends on how long the short story is, right? This should be about probably a 3,000, 4,000 word short story by the end of it. Bam! Scolation! Welcome, welcome. How are you? Thank you for the follow, good sir. Your stream sucks? I know, right? I'm literally the worst streamer. It's fucking brutal, isn't it? But yeah, welcome in. Add me on Discord. I mean, you can use the Discord command, bro. Just use that old Discord command there. There you go, bro. Just hop into the Discord there if you need to. But that's the kind of whole point of it, Whittle. Let's chat better. You're a chat better chat. Trying to cram as much as you can into a short story in the aspect of, like, subtext, I think is, like, super important to make even a really short story have, like, immense impact. And, you know, you've got a theme, you've got a trope for the story, you've got the characters of the story, and you've got, the perspective and ideals that the story is trying to present. Because usually I try to write stories that have some sort of moral underlying to them, right? Like, this is the right reason why you don't do something. And it's like, the reason you don't disrespect your own creations is because one day maybe those creations will come back and haunt you. And whether that's in whatever form may be, right? It's individual to each person. But I think it's a very interesting conversation to have, and I don't think people even tend to register it on a spectrum of creativity. But the main reason is because I try to write stories that are pushing the boundary of what people would write. Like, this story is like ritualistic self-cannibalism. We've written Hunter Biden crashing the Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa and starting World War III because of media coverage, like manipulation. Kid bit his tongue off after chewing gum after the dentist. We kind of turned like an actual person into a bait car. What's another short story that we wrote? Oh, there's one that we want to do that's based off of a Veritasium video about UV sunglasses and like how sunscreen looks under UV light, about a really racist town where a guy beats his son to death because he thinks he's black, but he's actually just wearing sunscreen and the dad is just wearing UV glasses. So most of the stories I try to write are like pushing some sort of ground or some sort of barrier, either socially, morally, ethically, or societally overall, right? And trying to take that and put it into a way that resonates with people currently, right? And usually we play off of like some sort of commentary or something like that on society. And that's how I try to make stories that resonate with people. Where can people find your stories? If you want to join the Discord, all of my stories and everything are in the Discord on my Google Docs. So if you just go to ShortStories, I don't know why other people posted stuff in here, but my stuff should be in here. I'll just repost it because a bunch of other people have posted in there since. So I'll just post the main Google Doc in the chat as well if you guys want to check out the main Google Doc where all my stories are. There's not fully updated. They're missing like 4 or 5 stories, I think. I don't know if Duarte's Adventure is on there or not, the prequel to my main book. So if we go to the Discord and you go to Intoxications Works in Progress, this is where some stories are, but we'll just put the main Google Docs in there, and then that contains chapter 1 for my book, which I wrote last year, and I was like, this isn't right. I need to be better! So we've spent an entire year trying to improve, and we are on the precipice of writing chapter 1 again, nearing the end of October, at the beginning of November. But October is also where we're going to be getting an art section. So this is my art currently. This is the insectoid race from my book. They're like the centaurification of a fly and a ladybug. So we kind of want to improve on drawing. So we're going to add that in as a segment to the stream. But anyways, guys, I really got to go to bed. So thanks for coming by. Thanks for stopping around. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you so much. We will be back again, same time tomorrow, 11:30 p.m. PST. Every day, all day, every time. Tomorrow's my last day of work, so we will be on for an extended period of time to celebrate tomorrow. Maybe a 10 to 12 hour stream. Let's fucking do it, boys. Alright, have a great night, everyone. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! And also, if you guys are interested, there's also the Stories YouTube. If you want to check that out. It's a little more, you know, if you don't want to necessarily read. So all the videos are all of my stories here. So we got a pretty good amount of them, you know. We got and they've kind of evolved in their own way over time, right? So you can go back and like look at the old writings and see, you know, the length and differences between like the different stories and stuff like that. But yeah, there's my promotion. There's my thing. Let's fucking find someone to raid, guys. Who we raiding today? Get your views ready, boys. Let's go. Where we going? Nobody knows. That's how the ship flows. Derpa, 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 where we go? Where we go? Where should we go? I don't know. I don't know. Where should we go? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I know what we need to do. I know what we need to do, guys. We're picking a rando. We're picking a rando off of TLC. So we're gonna go to TLC. What's their latest raid at? It is 450. Damn, did it just end? I just missed it by 3 minutes. So who's the person they just raided? Tube Steak. Let's go take this guy out. It is a Discord channel for, like, streamers and stuff like that. Alright, this guy's playing Fortnite. We're gonna hop over to him. It's really good for promotions, and if you want to, like, find smaller streamers and stuff like that. It's a really good time. This guy should have a link to it in his bio, so let's head on over there, guys. Get your wheels ready! I can never tell if this shit worked or not. Did it work?
That shows, like, I haven't updated the link for it. That shows how far we've grown. What's that thing?
Let's go, boys! Alright, fuck you guys. Have a good night.